welcome everybody. Hello, welcome to round 6 to Aktobe Open 2025. This is a very strong tournament taking place in Kazakhstan, and playing in
And
Kazakhstan,
playing
of course.
Kazakhstan.
So saying two words at the same time. Hello, my name is Laura Unuk, and I'm joined by WIM Raluca Sgîrcea. Just practicing my pronunciation, so next time I go to Romania, I will be fluent.
Oh yes, I think so. I need to teach you though more than just my surname.
Yeah, okay. We can do that during the stream with some games. Will maybe be boring, you can teach me some Romanian, I can teach you some Slovenian.
Oh yes.
But actually games have already started. I just want to show you the pairings before we maybe go into the opening theory. First board today, we have Pocharo versus Sarana. So Sarana, the only soul reader so far, being on 4.5 out of 5 points. And you can see only 2 players on 4 out of 5. So only 2 players following him so far. However, I wanted to mention also that on board 2, Vanha has returned.
Yay! Very excited to see
Yeah.
him. He's gonna play Tidepov today, who was
Mhm.
also on 4 points. And we were saying that he qualified through the Lichess qualifiers.
Mhm.
Because if you guys remember, there were some qualifiers played on Lichess, and there were 3 spots, if I remember correctly,
Mhm.
that qualified for Aktobe Open in Kazakhstan.
Yes, you're absolutely right. So I guess maybe Lichess bringing some luck to top grandmasters. I mean, playing Wang Hao in such strong tournament. This is not going to be easy, but I would be so honored if I climbed up enough to play a person like Wang Hao. I mean, have you ever played some of these top GMs playing on top boards before, Raluca?
I should have, but I don't remember who was the highest right now.
Yeah,
Uh,
yeah,
but
yeah.
not nobody like Wang Hao, I have to
Yeah,
say.
it's hard to climb up to them. I mean, they're just so strong. I agree. I would also actually have to think. I played Yilmaz Mustafa. He's playing on board
Mhm.
12 today. I remember losing against him. But yes, it's always an honor and you learn a lot from these games.
Yeah, I never get upset if I lose against stronger people unless I lose too easily. Then it's a
Ah,
problem. I feel like at least
yeah,
they should put up some effort. Maybe it's not huge effort, but at least some effort. Yes,
yeah.
and and sometimes I feel like I do it all myself.
I was just thinking the same. Like sometimes you're just maybe you feel this pressure or you're playing this strong player and you do not show your strengths and then you just think, oh, okay, now he's gonna think I'm just like a loser, you know?
Yeah, I don't think that far. I'm just upset with myself that
Okay.
what did I do? Like,
Yeah, sometimes
what was today?
yeah. Yeah, exactly what happened that day, but then maybe I go a step further and think about, oh, now he's gonna think I'm such a weak player. And then I just feel so bad for myself, but okay, these games
Ask for a
happen.
rematch.
Yeah, please. I swear it's not so bad. But no, okay, so this may be happening to us sometimes, but Pocharo playing white against Sarana, I don't think um, is being a grandmaster is going to happen to him today, but who knows? Who knows? I mean, he's going for this Reti with G3. We haven't seen this a lot this tournament. We've mostly seen E4 or D4 being played. This, I think, Raluca was played by Naidic 2 or 3 rounds ago.
Right, and we had this sort of Benoni?
Yeah.
We
He
had
maybe played
this.
something like King's Indian with white. I think D3, Knight C3. But yes,
Oh,
yesterday
that
we.
that was the game with knight d7
Yeah.
and e5.
Yes,
Can
yes,
you
yes.
just for a second check if we are synchronized?
Oh yes.
Because I see what you're doing on the Twitch stream, but I don't see what you're doing on the
Thank you
Lichess.
for reminding me. Thank you for reminding me. See, I just don't think
Okay.
about this synchronized anymore. It's just yeah. Yes. This. Okay. I've done it now. I think you
Thank
can.
you. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I was
Perfect.
going to say that we saw this game, yeah, with knight d7 and e5
Yes.
a
Yes.
few days ago, but we saw the reverse Benoni yesterday. It was a similar move order, yeah?
Yes. Yeah, I think something like what knight f6, maybe followed by
Bishop
c4
g2.
or
I
something
think
like
yeah,
bishop
because on
h2 and
e6 there was
c5.
c4,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah. Ah, yes, on e6 there was c4. Yeah. Now black could go c5. I think we also had this before, and
we looked at a game of Keimer
d4.
that
Yeah.
someone suggested, yeah.
Ah, yes, also, and
Oh,
this
c4.
Yeah, there was this
Ah,
8-6
yes, and
here.
this. Yeah.
We've seen this a lot this tournament actually, followed by b3. Has Sarana played it himself? Now I'm trying to think about it. Maybe it was
In
not
this
him.
tournament.
Maybe there's so many top GMs.
Sarana played with d4 and g3, yes.
Ah, d4 and g3, okay.
He played this line that you were showing with c takes d4, yeah.
Ah, yes, so he was, okay. With white pieces,
He played it
correct?
with two colors, yes. Yesterday he played with black. Something he played against it, and
Yeah.
2 rounds ago he was playing with white.
Yes, exactly. But he now is going for g6. So he doesn't want to go into these lines. He plays himself with white pieces. I guess c5. He knows it's solid, but apparently very popular these days and good enough for white. So going for g6.
Also, maybe white doesn't want to play with d4, right? You have options to play with d3. He doesn't know what his opponent has prepared.
Yeah, that's true. Maybe white wants to go into King's Indian with white pieces. So this kind of variety with just d3. And yeah, he's replying with fianchetto, which I would do myself because against the King's Indian with black pieces, I actually play g3 bishop g2s. Like you, I like my fianchetto. Like you, I like my fianchetto. And yeah, with black pieces, I would probably do the same. I don't like fianchetto replies. It's a sign of weakness, says somebody in the chat. Oh, I would disagree. Why would that be a weakness? Why would that be a weakness?
Very solid. Why weakness?
I
If the
think
bishop gets open, that's a very annoying bishop.
Yeah.
Fianchetto. Okay.
Okay, d4.
So we're gonna have a transposition to what? Is he going to play c4 at some point and have?
I think we're gonna see something like c4 here, followed by c6. This is now closed Grunfeld. I think this is how it's called. Or yeah, it's supposed to be something like that. And now white has some choices, like for example, taking on d5 first and playing knight c3, and on castle something like knight e5. And basically asking, oh, where are you developing? Then I go queen b3, putting pressure on b7. This is actually very nice opening for white, because if black doesn't know it, which I doubt that Sarana wouldn't know some theory here, it would be very difficult to play this. For example, bishop f5. I don't know, I thought queen b3 was a move here, but I guess first castle and queen b3 here, maybe something like this. Well, just putting pressure here, it can be very annoying. But c6 on the board first. So being prepared that after c4, I assume black maybe wants to take it.
Yeah, I was going to say that maybe. I wonder if he can take. Probably, yeah. Already with c6 played.
Yeah. So that's actually a very prophylactic way of playing. Yeah. Okay.
Have a small debate about fianchetto.
Yeah. Okay. I was not scared of fianchetto replies. Well, fianchetto, like it could be, if you could mean it's a sign of weakness in a way that it's not an aggressive response. That's the only way I could understand it, because when you play a fianchetto, it's a safe option. And people sometimes don't like when players play a safe option. For example, there's these jokes around the London system.
Yes.
And the jokes are only because it's a safe option. Like, it's a very solid opening. It has very solid ideas. It is not drawish at all if played in a correct manner. For example, h4, g4 sometimes, right, Raluca?
Right. I also feel like the jokes come from not knowing how to deal with the London system with black.
I think so. Yes, I absolutely agree. So these players with black pieces struggling to respond to London because it's so solid. And I could understand that in that case, fianchetto could be a sign of weakness because it's just a solid response. But
King's Indian is not safe, as Gina is clearly stating. And the Grunfeld is not safe either. So yeah.
Fair. Yes, that's true. But maybe he means also in response to a fianchetto. Like
Yeah.
if I play a fianchetto, if your response is fianchetto, it's just like, oh
Driving. Yeah.
no, like why did you do this? I didn't want to go into this position. But yeah, I could understand his point. However, yes, I love my fianchettos, and I do understand that when I play it against my opponent, they could think like, oh no, again, this I have to deal with this. Yeah. But for example, now we have this knight f6. Could this be a transposition to what we were saying before?
I
Or
think it will be a transposition, yeah.
it could be, but I wonder what happens if I take first. Is it just knight e5? Or here white has many responses. I think knight a3 is a move.
A4 even should be.
Even a4.
Okay.
Yeah, even a4. Even maybe going queen c2, forcing b5. But just to provoke some weaknesses here on the king side, and then going with a4, for example.
Yeah, and many times you can just let go of this pawn, right? And play with a4 and b3 and attack the pawns on the queen side.
Yeah,
But he went b3. Yeah, he's playing it safe. Double fianchetto. What about that? What do you think about that? If you thought that one fianchetto was a sign of weakness, it's too solid. How about two?
Yeah, well, this bishop probably, okay, I guess.
Maybe it's not going to be two, is what you're saying. Yeah, it's just
I was thinking,
defending
however,
c4.
yeah, however, his bishop is now on g7, and if I don't go on b2, then I could have some issues on this diagonal, right? So maybe I would have to go to b2. I think he's preparing c4 first, and then
Yeah.
yes, maybe developing like this. Oh, sorry, just having my phone on silent. But yes, now b3. Castles, and yeah, I think we're gonna see c4, and I honestly like it, this is going to be a very solid game.
I think it's gonna be, yeah. Okay, so what else? Should we check what Wang Hao is doing on board
yes.
too? What did he pick for today? Let me just move on to this, if that's okay. What do we have?
Yes.
We have knight c6 on move 1 from Tidepov.
Okay, let's see what is happening. Okay, wait,
What do we think about this?
wait. I think we've seen something like this before in a game, like,
Yeah,
but knight
and
f3
knight
e5 was
f3
played.
e5. Yeah, it was a quick draw.
Yeah, and we were wondering, okay, if white plays d4, in what does it transpose? So we're going to see now. Let's see.
We thought that it should be d5, right? And
yeah, d5 and now e5, and this is some kind of Caro-Kann, but without c6.
And the bishop's here. Okay. 6 and 97. And you are right. Here we have it. Is it upon going to go to c5 in one move a bit later?
Yeah, sometimes, like you said, when we put a knight on c6, even in Queen's Indian positions, we just don't play c5. Sometimes we just don't need to, but we probably follow with something like f6, maybe. Opening here, and maybe that leaves an option for some long castle for us, something like this. Again, this is something like a new system completely to me, but I like it. I want to try it out.
So yeah, we're actually being told this is all Nimzovich defense with knight to c6. Very interesting things happening here.
I actually very excited to see the position. Yeah, so
what do you think he will play? Get the knight out? What would a normal move be here? 92 maybe?
Yeah, so knight, for example, if I go 92, I was actually wondering if I go f6, am I forcing f4 from you?
G4 and
Ooh,
H4 is suggested.
H4. Ooh, this is brave.
The aggressive approach.
That is an aggressive approach, yeah. Okay, let's say we play a healthy move like this. I just wonder if f6 is something that white wants to avoid, or maybe not. not.
But maybe we can play f4 on f6, yes?
Yeah,
That's why
yeah.
my knight in on e2.
Yeah.
That's why I want it there.
I completely understand that. And yeah, I don't...
Maybe black can not care, yeah? Like queen d7. What if he castles long and attacks us on the king's side?
Yeah, exactly. This is... Again, I'm not familiar with these modern ideas here. Maybe we should just check some opening moves played here if you're up for that, because just speaking from experience, I play with c5.
Yeah.
Knight e2 actually being most played move here, so we got that correct. And f6 also being a best response after f4, queen d7. Wow, actually we are just GMs at this point.
And not just any GMs. 27.
Absolutely, yeah. And after knight g3, let's see how the games were continuing. Yes, h5 immediately or long castle for black. Both actually having good scores, I think, in general. This is a very playable position.
So I think this can be a mix of Caro-Kann and French ideas. Yeah, can we think about this like a French defense? Can we think this about
like a
Caro-Kann advanced? Yeah. Somewhat a mix, right? Because in the French you can castle long and you you can try some attacks.
Exactly. Yeah, like you have a very good point. I think I would say this is more of a Caro-Kann. Just in this case, the pawn is not on c6, and but the knight is, and usually the knight would then go on d7, where then it would wait and wait. Where would it go later? Would you play c5? Would you go f6? And I feel like on c6, it's at least it was doing a much nicer job, at least before at some point, but it will have to be moved. But at least I don't have this c6 weakness, like you said, in case of long castle. So it may be slightly even improved version of Caro-Kann. Oh, and the French for sure, because if we get rid of this bishop, I am happy.
This is more scary than Fianchetto to me.
Yeah, absolutely. I would agree. Actually. I would play this with black. I like this system. And I'm curious how Wang Hao... I'm not sure if Wang Hao has been working on his modern opening ideas.
Well, knight c6 on the first move is probably not the first move that you prepare against.
Absolutely, yeah. I agree, but I guess we will have to start doing it now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like it. So I think it's up to Wang Hao now to decide. He could maybe also go for something like bishop g5, f4 immediately. I think white has many options.
Has g4 been played, because it was suggested in chat.
It hasn't never been played. It hasn't been played, but after takes, I would assume that maybe also h5 would be an annoying move, because if I provoke g5 weakness, then my knight is here forever and ever and ever. And then I also can go f6 whenever I want to, whenever I'm ready. I could even short castle if I want to. I think this gives black the initiative.
Maybe the knight on c6 is a bit badly placed.
Who
knows?
Right now, yes, but also, for example, if white would decide to play b4, b5 to push it away, I think knight on a5 is a very nicely placed knight looking at the c4.
It's blocking everything, yeah?
Yes, and sometimes in the Caro-Kanns, white wants to play c4 to open up the center. In this scenario, it just doesn't work because this pawn is attacked. And it will also be attacked by this knight. Yeah. So I think it's a weakness, but it can also be a bonus. Pluses and minuses.
Depending how the game will develop, yeah, and then we will see. If it ends badly for black, we will say, oh, that knight on c6.
Oh yeah, just like the worst knight in the world. Exactly, yeah. We're just blaming the knight in case of the win or in case of the loss.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you want to move on to board number 3, where we have...
let's see.
Zhu versus Chaparino. Okay, e4, e5 are going to see another gioco pianissimo. Okay, Chaparino going for bishop c5. I think he went for bishop e7 the last time. I was very excited for that, but I guess not anymore. He gave up on it.
Spicing things up.
Yes, changing his ideas. Let's see. Yeah, just slow game in general. Knight e7, okay. Kind of pushing maybe for this, Let's see how white will respond. d4 immediately. Okay.
He's ready to meet this with knight g6, defending e5.
He has done it, and after bishop f1, h5. Wow.
Okay. h5. It's not so common h5, is it?
It is definitely not a common move you would play when you are the castle. I would, at least I am not very familiar with it. What is the point of h5? It's not like black was afraid of g4.
And the white knight is not going to g4 because there's a bishop on f1 here.
Absolutely.
So,
so it just gives me a space for the knight. Could have this been how is it called? Mouse slip? Yeah. Was this a mouse
h5 is normal, we are being told. Okay, so
really?
okay.
I'm just trying to see what's the idea. Maybe of course after knight f4. Do you think that okay, this one is hanging, so I cannot play for it. What could be the plan? Does somebody in the chat know more than us? What's the plan of h5? Why not just h6? Okay, h6 was maybe not necessary, but it has to have an attacking idea, I have a feeling.
Knight g5 just attacks the bishop. Yeah, that's the first thing I was wondering.
I mean, we would like to take the bishop. I don't know exactly.
Now that h5 is played, I wouldn't mind doubling the pawns on.
Okay, so maybe, I'm trying to think, maybe after bishop f1, sorry, white wanted to play fianchetto and play either g4 or g3, bishop g2, putting this bishop here. I'm just thinking out loud, not sure. And in case of h5, now h4 would provoke f4 weakness.
That could be.
But that seems a bit odd. I don't want...
Can we see what other moves have been played here?
Yes.
h5 main move, okay. And d5, I was just curious how white continues in case of something else. But yeah, there are many options from what I see, yeah? Just d5 and h5.
Yes.
And here knight bd2, yeah, as suggested, and there's a game between Ding and Gukesh here. Okay. So h5, knight d2 is great to play instead of fianchetto. Knight d2 here. Okay.
Okay.
No games with knight d2 either.
Yes, no games here either. I'm curious. Sorry, just instead of bishop f1, I'm already curious what. Okay, bishop f1 has actually been played the most. Okay, yeah, no, this is okay. Let's see a game. Can we see a game on h5 to see exactly what the plan of black is? c4 was the most responsive move, and knight h7. And after knight c3, knight g5. Okay, so you're basically rerouting your knight through h7 square. Yeah. I don't know why not through h6. Let's see now exactly. We will see it, I'm sure. After rook g3, okay, let's say queen h4, takes, queen b3. I would guess that. Okay, wait. Maybe I'm trying to just see what else could have. Okay, maybe queen can go to h6 sometimes. Is that a good move? To maybe then push h4, knight f4, maybe. I'm just going to also check the database,
the mega database.
Yeah, Lichess database sometimes missing some games, especially the recent ones for sure. 2025 games are not in the Lichess database. But h5, very interesting idea. So basically rerouting your knight through h7 to g5. Okay, so e takes d4, d5, and a4 have all been played against h5. And with h5, we have 5 games. But has h6 been played instead of h5? No, just h5. No. Wow. a4, e takes d4, d5. And that's all. 4 moves. E takes d4, d5, and a4. Okay, so instead of h5. Okay. Instead of h5. Instead of, so this, and this. Okay. Very, very interesting. No, I'm very curious. Okay, Chaparino coming strong with his preparation. I
And in
like
all
it.
games, White actually played c4.
Yeah, all of them. Wow. I guess that was the main plan of Bishop F1 anyway. So that being an idea, maybe even pushing for d5, kind of saying, okay, you're a bit cramped here, and I'm going to play on the queen side.
I'm asking questions here. What's the threat? You know, trying to figure out. So if we play h6, I want to see what the difference
Yeah,
is.
I would like to see that too.
And if c4, knight h7.
Absolutely, this is exactly what I'm asking myself. For example, knight c3, knight g5. Why is this so much worse than h5?
Queen h4. Evaluation is definitely better for white than in h5.
Really? Wow.
But why is that?
That's
it's not really telling me.
Yeah, this is the best part of the engines. They tell you the best move, but they do not explain it to you.
You know, it wants to play, actually, in two more moves, it wants to play h5. So there's one idea if white plays queen d2, and then 2 moves later, black will play h5. So he'll play here rook a to c8.
Yeah, okay, protecting this one, that makes sense. And for example, if I, as white, go something like rook d1, just to show what is happening, why do I want my pawn on h5? Why is this so amazing? I don't know, knight. That's okay.
Do you think he could, the idea is to push the pawn all the way to h4 in some positions and then put the queen on g5 and knight on f4 and just...
Let's see. You know what? Let's
checkmate.
Let's see here that white just plays king h1. What is the best move here for black? Let's see why this is such a strong pawn. Queen f4. But why can I not do it with the pawn on h6?
Yeah, we could have done queen f4 before, I think, and then it wants to play h5.
Okay, let's say I go rook e8, maybe. I go king g1 just to see what is my plan. Takes, queen f4.
I'm going to take. I'm not putting a knight on f4.
Yeah, very interesting. So I guess we're taking and
queen f4. And queen h4 is coming.
And for example, yes, I go king
b3
h1.
Or something? No, not. Yeah, okay.
Just to see, yeah. I play h4 and queen g5. So apparently this could be actually the plan. But it's
with knight f4.
It's very hard, you know, to understand these ideas when you see them for the first time. These top grandmasters had to work very hard to understand what is the point of h5.
Yeah, I'm seeing here we have some ideas that knight h5, g5 is a plan played by Giri, and h4 maybe is a plan too. Yeah, that's why h5, I guess. That's what we are guessing after
this is
looking a little bit here.
Yeah, this is. I just want to say this is some 3000 level chess. Yeah.
The attack on the king is faster with the pawn. Yep, maybe that. Yeah.
I mean, okay, I don't think black really wants to attack much than to take space, because maybe rook on g3 could potentially be a very annoying rook, and if the pawn is on h4, then this kind of annoying rook is not there anymore. Maybe this is just a human explanation. But yeah, it's tough. It is very tough.
It's also the best move by the engine, so who are we to question? Yeah.
I just, want to call Chaparino up right now and say, okay, so you played h5. What exactly is the point? And I'm pretty sure he would know exactly what the point is.
No, I'm guessing it's what we try to kind of figure it out with h4 at some point. Knight h7, knight g5, play h4, and bring the queen. I think this would be ideal, no? Here, and trade this knight for this knight, and queen g5, and knight f4. And something like that.
Call Kramnik, he would love it, yep. I'm sure that he would love it, but I think, yeah, this top grandmasters...
No, maybe you'll get sued.
Yeah, you will get sued if you play h5. So Chaparino may be good friends with Kramnik. No, okay. These top grandmasters, like we said, Chaparino being a second of many, many top players, including World Championship match against Topalo against Gelfand, was it? Something or Kasparo, I'm not sure. It's a long time ago. I was not born yet. Or I was 2 years old. Please do not come after me after the facts. But yes, I just want to say board 8 already was drawn. Was it the Grandmaster draw? Let's see. No, it was a quick draw in the opening. It was just this draw. Okay. So both players
they already made a draw.
Yes.
Yeah.
With 3 times repetition, which is legal. Otherwise, they couldn't have done it. They couldn't have offered a draw, but okay, they just said, okay, I guess we're not fighting. I guess Black could have went 8-6 here.
I was just checking. You are referring probably to the match against Anand, yeah, in 2010.
Oh, it was against Anand. Yeah.
Because I know that he has a famous match against Kramnik.
Yes.
That's the most famous one.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah.
The toilet gate.
Now. The toilet gate. Yeah. I didn't like. I was not following chess. I was too young to follow chess when this toilet gate happened. So I found out about it later. And my years are mixed up. Like 2000, 2005, 2008. I'm not exactly sure when it was. But yes, very, very famous match indeed.
Yeah. All right. Back to chess. Sugirov, have we seen him? Not yet, right?
Not yet, but I'm very excited to see his games. Oh, so
Queen's Indian.
We have Queen's Indian. I think it's the first time we see it this tournament, at least on the top.
I think
board.
So, yeah.
And I'm very excited. I'm very curious what is actually being played these days. Probably would have went Bishop A6, because Stockfish and Lila Zero and all these engines, was it here? Bishop E7, castle, like D5, I think, is this Stockfish / Lila Zero / I don't know which engine move. And
Knight H4.
I think this is very, very interesting.
Known idea, yeah.
Yeah, very known idea, like you said. But I don't think Black wants to go for it. It's tough to play, I think.
Yeah, usually this isn't. This is nice for white.
Yeah, so I'm curious. Maybe after G3, which I think is the main move, probably Sugirov would have went Bishop A6. I would assume, but A3 was on the board and Bishop A6 anyway. So okay, I guess we got our answer. Queen C2, Bishop B7. Very, very curious that actually forcing Queen C2 is a good way of playing. I assume because of the same reason. Sometimes D5 is very annoying. And let's see how this game is being developed. Okay. So I'm just curious. Okay, this is all being probably very normal. Even seeing the time differences, I see both players are prepared. But this looks very uncomfortable for Black. At least I would be slightly uncomfortable right now, but also before pawn is hanging. So I have to be very active here with white pieces to show my compensation. And that's why E5 is on the board and Knight H5.
So we still have to deal with B4, no? How are we going to deal with B4?
Yeah, that's a very good question. I'm very curious what happens after Knight D6. Just looks so lovely. Just looks so lovely.
All right. What if I probably have to try this.
You probably have to takes, yeah.
And then,
And of course you're gonna take it, obviously, yeah. And I don't know, I just like the thought of something like G.
But now I'm coming back to F6. Yeah, before it was almost trapped. And I'm also thinking, I was looking at G4 as well. I'm thinking that this diagonal will be a problem when G4 is played.
Yeah.
Not that easy.
Maybe it's not the best response. Okay, let me just go back because I was just too greedy. I just wanted to play this move because it looked so gorgeous. But
maybe we can take on A5 and you play Knight D6.
Let's think about it. Yeah, are you taking with a knight or with a?
I thought I want to take with a knight.
Or with the rook.
Oh, with the rook, you mean?
Yeah.
To put pressure on a3?
Yeah, I think both moves might be good. I don't know which one is better, though.
Let me... because rook a5, I never threaten a3, no? So maybe this way, I could threaten c4.
And then somebody suggested I could go rook d1 first, which makes some sense, I guess.
But I also have time to castle, right? t7 is, yeah, quite safe for now. Okay, let me castle.
Yep, correct. And I could not
I'm
go
thinking
bishop
that on
knight f4.
Oh, sorry. Knight f4, right?
Yeah,
I'm thinking at knight d6 here, but I don't have to take the knight right now anymore. I could play bishop c6. That was my plan.
Ah, that was your plan. Okay. Yeah, I don't think let me just see. Is there something more direct here with white pieces? Can I?
What about knight d6 right away?
Let's go for it. Takes.
Because yeah,
you're forced. Otherwise,
I think so. King f8 would be a little bit.
I think it's too odd to play king f8 in my opinion.
And now castles.
Yeah. Let's see how can I take use of this diagonal if you give me some chance. Of course, maybe I would love to go to h4 followed by knight g5. Let's go for it. You know what? Let's go for it. We're here to blunder not our pieces. So it's much easier.
I don't know. For now, you're just trying to checkmate me. I don't see where you... When are you going to blunder as well?
I will surprise you. I will surprise you. You never know. Some queens hanging up and down.
Good afternoon. Welcome to our party.
I like that term. Indeed, welcome to the commentary of Aktobe Open. This, I don't know, I hope you guys are as excited to follow these top grandmasters as we are. I think we're learning a lot from them, if not only in the openings, also in some strategical ideas. I mean, I am for sure very curious to see what's going to happen on top boards today.
I see some suggestions about bishop takes knight, or bishop takes f3, but I don't want to do that.
I mean, look. I mean, look at these terrible pawns. I agree, all these top pawns are terrible, but I have two bishops.
I don't know. This looks more dangerous to me. What I wanted to do, I was checking this idea out with oops, you played f4. I wanted to play like this.
Yeah.
And put the bishop maybe on e4, maybe even the knight on e4.
You're going to put something on e4. Okay, I understand this. This might make your life a bit easier, to be honest. I don't know if something like knight e5 is even a good move. I think maybe white's pieces are too awkwardly placed to actually continue this game.
Knight e5 with the idea of rook g1 and g4, do you think? Or even rook g1 and g4 right away.
Can I be honest? Like, I think this is just too slow. I think my pieces are way too awkward. I mean, okay, let's say I go for this. Let's say I do go for this.
And you don't even have... I was looking at an idea with f3, but maybe then I get into g3 and it's annoying.
Yeah, I think I would have to go rook g1, but then also some h4 would be hanging.
So let's say rook c8, for example. Yeah,
for example. Yeah, I play rook g1. And with black pieces, I mean... I think... Okay, let's...
bishop b4 here, no?
Yeah, either bishop b4, either knight f6, maybe...
I'm briefly looking at b5, but I'm not sure that playing b5 is gonna be good for me.
Yeah.
Probably not, because c5 and...
I mean, what if I start with knight f6? I mean, after g4, I don't even have to take. I can even play f4.
But I could start with knight c4. That's a good point. Could I?
Okay, let's see. Knight
c4,
bishop c4.
And b5 is the point.
b5 is the point. I go g4.
I have to move my knight. I cannot... Oh, I can also
take,
I guess.
I think there's nothing huge happening if you take. I would take back. It looks scary for a moment, but I honestly, like, given my experience with working with the engines, I'm pretty sure Angie would say this is like -2.
You think?
Okay, maybe not -2, but I think in general, engine would like this after
Knight
95
F6,
or something like this. I could be wrong. Let's see. Okay, here maybe, yeah, here's -1. Okay. So my my intuition given the engine was correct, but after 95, okay, it's not so bad. It's not so bad actually. Just after rook c8, maybe rook g1 is not the move because of queen h4. Yeah, like I was. This is
that
-2.
Was hanging as well. Yeah,
this is -2. Yeah. Okay, so I thought about it. Yeah, here maybe queen d1 is a way to play apparently, or queen c3.
I get queen c3. Yeah,
Even
look
queen
more
c3.
logical. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because what's the point if now I take on c4?
If you take now, I think the point is okay, let's go for it. I think bishop c4 and after b5, maybe queen b4. Yeah, I just pin you. Okay, I just pin you.
All right.
Yeah. It's not over. You could still take
this
play
guy
something.
Here.
Yeah.
Rook g1,
yeah. Yeah. Actually, for some reason, rook g1 is not the move. I don't know why.
And white is totally winning. I see from the eval bar there. Yeah.
Yeah, it's after bishop e2. I don't know. I don't exactly know why this is completely winning. I don't exactly know why, but after queen d4,
it's
apparently
two pieces. Yeah, it's two
too
pieces
much
for the rook. Okay.
It's too much, apparently.
That's why.
Okay. Yeah, so queen c3, and here the move for black would be something like rook c5, actually, apparently.
And something like bishop e2 wouldn't be annoying?
Apparently knight f4 again.
f4.
Yeah, just going for maybe for this one.
Sure, but this one, I mean, can I not do something?
What do you want to do?
Not knight d7 because takes and defense, but knight
g6 or
g6 maybe?
Okay, I'm gonna turn off the engine so we can think with our own heads now. I guess I would start with the move
knight
like
g2 and rook f7, yeah?
Rook f7, rook f6.
Knight g2 and rook f7.
Yeah, I'm trying to see.
And rook f6 maybe even.
Or even I'm trying to think about queen f6, even giving up the exchange, because I would. No, I think rook f7 is good enough. Let's see.
Okay, so this is the simple solution to our problems.
I would maybe, I mean, there's this check here. I don't know if I take it or if I go king, I don't know, f8 and rook g1. I don't think this looks so clear from far away. Or does it?
No. It doesn't look so clear.
It doesn't, exactly. It doesn't. So I don't know exactly. Like I can go queen a8, but then after, I don't know if I go f3. Where is this knight going?
To h4. But then you take on g7.
But then I take on g7, then I think black is losing.
Most likely.
Most likely. So I think we went wrong at some point. So after knight g6, I'm just gonna see. After knight g2, king f1. Actually, okay, rook f7 is okay. And after this check, king f8, rook g1, queen a8. We played the right moves.
Queen a8 was good. Okay.
But here, apparently, the only move for black is knight c4.
I was trying to do that, but okay, I missed that. I have knight e3 in the end. Correct.
Yeah, but I take. And after knight d6, now I cannot take this. And this is the point. But this is very interesting, for sure. Very interesting.
You cannot take that, but queen d4, yeah?
Queen d4, absolutely. Again, I turned off the engine now, so I can think a bit, but maybe king d7 is the move.
And here there is no threat, because maybe you could... No, queen f6, yeah?
Oh, queen f6 is a very nice threat, actually.
Is it a threat? Maybe not even a threat.
Can I go e5?
Sorry, e5. Yeah. Rook f7, knight f7. Yeah.
I don't know what's the pawn count, but it looks
queen f6 is not even a threat, right? You could take on f3 if you wanted.
Really? I don't know.
Because king e8?
You're going to...
And rook rook f8, king f8, sorry.
Oh yeah, you have to go to f8. That's what I was trying to say. Absolutely. And you're saying that this is no
maybe.
threat?
No, it should be.
I don't believe you. I think this looks so scary. Okay, let's calculate. Takes, queen g7. You probably have to go king
e8.
Oh, you think e8? I was thinking e7.
Yeah, I didn't want the bishop also on f6.
Okay, we go to e8. Okay, and I play bishop f6 anyway.
And queen g8 is a threat.
And if you take my bishop, I'm not gonna even take it. I think I might go king f2.
Okay, but
is this mate in 2? Rook g8, queen h8. Ah, gorgeous.
Okay, rook
okay,
g8
we were complicating this. That's actually even nicer. Okay, that's actually a very, very nice way to win the game. Oh, imagine. Yeah, very.
So it was a threat. Queen f6 was a threat.
Thank you for correcting our blindness. Sometimes it happens. Sometimes some checkmates are just not spotted. Yeah, this is very fun. Okay, so I guess queen f6 is a big threat. Now that we figured it out. So I would have to go e5, right?
There's a question in the chat. Is this a Russian championship? No, this is Aktobe Open in Kazakhstan. Very strong tournament being played right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Very, very strong tournament. And we are very happy to follow it and learn from the best.
So what is the current position, Laura? Because this has been a total mess here.
I don't know how we got there. With this knight d6, basically, I think we took first on a5 and played knight d6, which is...
yes, we took on a5 and knight d6.
Maybe we don't need to do this, okay? Maybe we were just doing too much. Don't exactly know what's the best way to respond with white pieces, but I would also be thinking here, especially because Sugiro, 91 minutes on the clock and it's moved 13. I don't think this has happened this tournament yet. He has always been lower on the clock.
We always see him with little time, yes.
Yeah.
I agree.
Yes, exactly. And it's okay, I think I would like to maybe jump to the next board because I don't know what is the best move here. Maybe we can check the engine just to peek a bit. Actually, black is already doing great.
What should white do?
There are two moves actually that are good. One is taking on a5, which is the most logical one because this.
And how do we take on a5? I'm also curious about that.
Apparently,
knight takes or rook takes?
Apparently, knight is better.
Knight, yeah.
And then play rook c8, right? And wow, the best move here for white is to long castle.
Someone said it as a joke in the chat.
Yes, but it's not
nobody took it seriously, I think.
So apparently this is not a joke. Yeah. Okay, maybe this is not exactly the best move, but definitely top 2/3 moves in this position. The second move here, which is very exciting, is g4. Would you believe that?
I don't know if I'm more surprised about long castles or about g4.
Yep.
What happened? I can actually take on b4 and on f3, no?
Yes, exactly. I'm very curious what happens here. We're defending the f3 knight, for example, queen b3.
And then my knight is hanging.
Yes, but this is not over, for example.
I can play knight f4.
Or knight c2. You can play knight c2.
I can play knight c2.
Please play it so we'll see what's going to happen.
Okay.
Rook g1 and now knight f4. If you ask me what is this...
pause here because...
I have no clue what is happening, but after something like queen d2, for example...
What is a bishop g5 also move, yeah? No, bishop g5, knight d6, I might be in trouble. No, let me go knight g6, right?
I didn't check the engine, but yeah, this looks safe, but what if... Okay, if I go knight d6 down...
Maybe the b4 pawn is not so important if There's no knight on a5. No, we had something similar before, and the knight on a5 was actually very annoying for black.
Yeah.
And we have just that with the pawn on e5 that's closing
yeah.
pieces.
Like knight g6, for example, knight d6 takes... Where do you want to take with the queen or the pawn?
It's a good question. I would think with... no, I think with the pawn to open up the bishop, yeah?
Yeah, and here, for example, f6 or e5. And this is apparently comfortable for black.
And queen e3?
Queen e3 and bishop b7. Do you take on e5?
I thought I could take on e5. Yeah.
You could take on e5, but I think I just castle.
I can also play this, right? Just check. No.
You could, yeah. First I give you a check, and then I play f6, I think. Okay, this is just the engine moves. I would not be able to play this move so easily if engine was not telling me, hey, queen h4 is clearly the best move. No. Yes, there's this check, and after rook g3 apparently just f6 is good enough, or even short castle apparently is good enough.
Oh, really? And f5. I have the file to open.
Yeah, this king is just too strong. Like, even if you go for this, bishop e5, f6 now, closing this diagonal.
Because here you trap the queen.
Yep. Yeah. And if you take, I take here, forcing the queen to move back. And now this king is just apparently very hard to play with. You have to long castle at some point.
To put it into safety? Would you call that safety?
Yeah, that's a very good point. I don't know where the king would be safe with this pawn structure, actually. I have no clue. Maybe the safest it would be even on g1. So yeah, I would probably go like this with the king.
Or just stay on e1 because you have a black pawn defending you.
Yeah, or just this. Or just this. No, this is definitely turning into a very, very exciting game, and I can't wait to see what's white going to play here, actually.
You know we're not going to see any of this, right? They're gonna find a quieter way to do things.
No, I honestly, I predict taking on a5, and then after this... Okay, if white plays g4, I mean, I will start applauding him, like, woohoo, let's go! But I honestly, I think we're just going to see this, knight takes, and then who knows after that what is going to happen, actually. Either knight d6 or then I don't know exactly what we were already thinking, but
maybe he will keep the knight on b5 for a little longer. But it makes sense to open up this bishop from b2.
Yes, yes, absolutely. Okay, you want to jump to board 6?
Yeah.
Okay, let's see what is happening here. Arjan Chopra versus Vero Leo. We have another Italian, this time with bishop g5. Okay, so let's see how black is going to play this. Okay, so black doesn't want to castle yet because this bishop is now on h4. And now black is thinking about playing g5 without king being on g8, I would assume.
It looks like it, yeah.
So after knight d2, we first retrieve the bishop to be prepared for either d4 or b4 break. And after castle, g5. Ooh, okay. Black doesn't want to castle anymore. King is now safer here. So let's see, after knight d7, king h1.
I'm going to g6, look at that.
Where is this? Nice. Where is white going? I'm thinking, because white cannot play f4.
Maybe he wants f3 and bring the bishop back because okay, he did that.
Yeah. Yes,
h5 was coming.
That was a very good point. Yes, you made. So f3. Okay, preparing for f3 and now f5. Oof! Look at this. This looks slightly scary. Would you be comfortable here with white?
I don't know if I would be totally comfortable, but I guess they know these positions. And I have, from the games that I've seen in something similar, it turns out that white can be totally fine if he plays it correctly. But yeah.
Okay, I mean, you either like this with black or you hate it. And I think I'm one of the people that likes it.
With black, no?
Yes, with black. And some people like just, if you're not this type of player, you just say, ugh, look at my king, it's so weak. If a long castle, I will be attacked by b4, b5. But somehow I just like my rook on h8 and my pawn on, oops, on h3. So let's see how this game continued. He took on f5. Of course, he was afraid of f4, g4, h4.
I think that's something he shouldn't allow.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. That's why he took. And I think usually the plan is when your opponent is attacking you, you either attack on the other side or in the center. Maybe d4 not working here. That's why b4 is on the board. Let's see how this game is being continued. Okay.
I have to say that if white's attack is not, if black's attack is not successful here, white has some nice ideas here. Well, the knight is going to e3 eventually, so it's not going to be there forever. The knight on h3 probably defending. Well, some weaknesses. Okay, the knight on f1 also defending h2, right? In some h3 situations.
Yeah. I think you made a very good point here. If black's attack is not successful, black has many weaknesses, including this pawn, including this square, this square.
And I'm thinking we could get there, yeah.
Yeah, we could. Soon. Knight f1 being a very nice way to just go to e3. Let's see how this game actually continued. Knight d8. So black already maybe trying to maneuver his knight to a different square.
And it looks like black is slightly surprised. He has way less time on the clock. White is just
wait, that's true.
Comfortable here.
Whoa, actually I'm shocked. White 1 hour 30. Just blitzing out the moves like knight f1. So white is actually very well prepared here. Let's see. Knight e3. Okay, so now white has actually started to think. So knight e3 on the board, attacking the bishop. Bishop needs to move, and d4. Again, when your opponent is attacking you, attack on the other side or in the center. And if I had the chance, I would play d4 before already.
Yeah, he has b4 ready to go b5 in case the king escapes to the queen side. And now he's going for d4 with the king in the center. What should black do? Because the threat is to take on e5. So I don't think I want to let white take. We should take on d4, yeah?
Actually, that was played. Yeah, take. This is now the live position, actually. This is now the live position. Yeah, white now.
Do you think he will take back? Or will he play knight d5 and rook e2 and go?
And just go. Oh, just go.
Yes. I like knight d5. Can I look at knight d5?
Please. I wanted to say exactly the same. I like it. I do not want to avoid it if I like it. For example,
queen f7?
Yeah.
What should black do?
Yeah, for example, I was thinking if something like queen f7 happens, I would be curious. Is queen e1 a move?
Yeah, I was looking at rook e2, but this is also with a similar threat, yeah? This?
Yes, exactly. Yeah. So for example, if you take here, okay, I could take, of course, but this looks so fun. This just looks so fun to be played with, and yes.
Because if knight e6, this is maybe why better with the queen, yeah? Because then you win the bishop on g6.
Yeah, I kind of would prefer my queen there instead of the rook, if possible, if there's this very nice option. In case of queen e7, I would go rook e2 now.
Right, yeah.
So then I think this is
now
lost.
It's coming there.
Yes, so I think knight d5 being the best move. I think queen f7 is a bit awkward. I think maybe we have to move either g7. Maybe we can go to g7.
But that also leaves the knight on e6 a little bit loose. Can we not go queen e1 again? What's the difference?
That's a good point. That's actually a very good point. What's the difference? What is the difference is, okay, now I'm not pinned, so I could be considering move like king d7.
King d7.
Maybe. Very slight chances. But I don't like it. I don't like that this file is open. I really, even after king d7, I don't like it.
Doesn't look like a comfortable position you'd want to play.
Yeah.
But maybe king d7 is the move, right?
Okay, let's go
and
for it.
Try to defend with rook e8.
let's see what I can do here.
Rook e2 is not meaning anything. I'm looking still at knight c7 ideas, but now knight takes c7 is my problem. So I wanted the rook on e2, but I don't have rook e7 in the end. What about the knight on g1? Can it make it somewhere? Can it make it in life, the knight from g1?
Can it start living? Can it start thriving? Do you want to go to h3? But then, okay, I will take on c3 then, you know?
Yeah. I'm also looking at rook d1 to have the rook prepared.
Yeah, okay. I agree. It's maybe not so simple. Let's go rook d1 to see. But you know what? I'm wondering if black can go rook e8 now.
Yeah.
That's maybe my worries here.
Yeah, I know.
Dingley Ren inspired King Ren. Yep. Absolutely.
So now I cannot do anything, right? Okay, rook e2 maybe. Hello, welcome. Help us figure out this mess.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, okay. How about that? We play something like this, and now we have to evaluate the position. So we're calculating, we come to this position in our heads, and now you have to say, okay, what is this position? What is the evaluation?
I don't know. In a game, I would say that I'm good here with white.
Yeah.
I may be wrong, and maybe in the end, I would lose the game. Who knows? It's definitely not clear, but it looks like white is doing fine here. I would go for it because what's your option here? So he takes d4. My option is to take on d4, right? And I think if I take on d4, black can go maybe something like queen g7. And this kind of, I don't know, what do I do? d5, but then I'm thinking that queen here, maybe even an option. Is that even an option?
Where? Queen where?
Queen d4?
Could be considered, absolutely. Yeah, could be considered. I would maybe start with something like knight f4.
Or move the knight, yeah, okay. I guess that's safer. Knight f4. Yeah, you're right. Knight f4, let's keep it safe. No rook e2, no threats on the e5.
Then I can short castle.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Then I can short castle. For example, if you decide to threaten me on this file, I will just short castle.
Yeah, and this one is also closed.
Exactly, and imagine my knight coming to e5, then black is better, yeah?
So what are we? We are comparing this position where black seems to be comfortable with this position with everything's a mess. No, it was this position, sorry. Everything's a mess and black has to figure things out. Yeah. It's easier to play with white here, right?
I think it should be. However, if I were an engine, I would probably be able to defend it. For example, if knight f7, knight e5 works, okay, maybe taking here. If this works, it's not so bad. But does it work is the question. Like, okay, maybe I have to take back, I don't know. It's just very, very hard to evaluate this, but I think I agree with you. If
maybe we didn't play the best move.
Yeah,
maybe we had some improvements.
Maybe after king d7, maybe we have something else. Sadly, there's no tricks. I could maybe play knight e2, but you might be afraid of h3. My point is that if you take now, my knight comes to play. Both of my knights come to play.
Yeah.
But I'm not sure if you're afraid of h3 though. Maybe you are slightly afraid of h3. Slightly. Slight awkwardness on this diagonal, but again, something that engine would easily play with. Can I check the evaluation?
Yeah. Do you think that I got this idea that queen e1 after queen g7 may not be
the best way? Yeah.
The best? Maybe we have to put the rook now.
Okay, so after queen g7, by the way, is the best move. And this evaluation is +1 for white. So we are correct. Queen e1 being third best move. There are two better.
What's the best?
f4.
Oh.
Immediately.
Excuse me.
Immediately threatening f5.
So we were trying to get rid of the knight from e6, and that's how we do it.
This is exactly how we do it. For example, if black takes, we just go queen g4. Like, oof, there's so many pins again. For example, if this happens, just rook e1 is GG's. Bye-bye.
Okay, so that's how we include all the pieces.
Yes, this is how we do it.
Very smart.
So we include queen through g4. That's very nice. Rook f8 here is the best move, and we can still go queen g4.
Queen g4.
Bishop f5, for example, we give you a check and go queen e2 now. That you proved us, okay, we cannot stay on g4. Okay, I will go to e2. And after king d7, okay, so we're playing very good moves here. This is very good defense.
Lev, I hope you will not get a heart attack. This is difficult.
Yeah, this is very tough. So, for example, rook e1 is a very good move here. And if black is greedy, we can be greedy ourselves. And this is +1.
Yeah. No, this looks nice. Even if I didn't know the evaluation, it would be something to play. Yes. It's also because I'm sometimes thinking if I'm playing against someone, the most uncomfortable thing for me would be knight d5. And going into that position. And the most comfortable thing would be for them to take on d4, and then we will see from there.
Yeah.
So maybe we should sometimes apply the reverse psychology and do what would be annoying for me,
or for
do
you
it to the opponent.
That's a very good strategy. But c takes d4 also +1. Both moves are good. Whatever white decides.
It is +1. Okay, so how am I going to attack the king from e8 if we go like this?
Yeah, depends how black is to respond. You go queen g7. Okay, let's see what I can do. So I will not push d5.
No.
We realized that was probably not the best response. Thinking about queen b3 doesn't
95 anyway.
95 anyway. Oh, I'm thinking about f4 anyway.
Oh, right away without a knight on d5.
Yeah, that bad. I'm thinking about that bad. Maybe it's too much. Honestly, maybe it's too much. What about? It is indeed. I was hoping I have something like queen b3, but I think queen d4. Sorry, knight d4 is a strong response. Can I go rook e2, queen e2? Okay, it's not simple.
Rook
I don't know.
Rook a2, maybe not yet. But is there anything wrong with knight d5, or is c6 just a bit annoying?
Let's see. This probably might work. c6. Are you going to b6?
I was thinking maybe, and then I don't know then what.
Also,
b6, rook b8.
Also, can I go king d7 and threaten to take here?
Yes, you can.
This was what worried me actually, that I'm losing a tempo, and also pawn.
Maybe now f5, f4 again. Sorry.
f4.
Queen d4 still works.
Yeah, and if you go f5 now, okay, I take this rook, and I'm saying, okay, I still am living for a few more moves. I don't know for how much longer, but I am surviving.
Yeah, it's momentum. I feel the other one keeps the momentum, knight d5, and keep all the threats going.
Yeah, exactly. The momentum is the right word. Okay, let's check what is actually the best move after queen g7. Okay, there are many good moves actually. I was thinking about knight e2 as well, but somehow after h3 I was not sure if this is something I want to allow, but apparently this is very, very good for white. Because black cannot move.
It's just the bad position of the king, probably, that the engine evaluates so high.
Yeah, and I don't know, find me a move for black if you can.
Right. The king is not going anywhere,
Yeah, like you can go king d7, but in this case we go d5, now that black cannot castle anymore. And this is a very, very nice spot for some pieces. Yeah, so apparently this also knight h3 is not a bad move. Also apparently even rook c1 being a +1 move. I don't exactly know why. Rook d2. Okay, this is the reason. And now we go knight d5, now that these files have opened. Okay.
On queen e3 we would have taken on e6, right? So here.
Yes, very good
on
point.
queen e3
yes,
we would have taken on e6.
Yes.
That was the
point.
No,
sorry. Okay. We start with this.
Even that way. Yes, of course.
Because I think the queen is trapped almost. If you go here, queen then we take, yeah.
Yeah, and queen f4.
Queen f4, yes, and bishop e6, takes and takes. And after this, we can play, I don't know, we can probably play queen b3, yeah. By the way, knight d5 is on the board and queen g7. Ooh, now let's see if Iron Chopra will find f4.
What is going on board 2? Have things changed there? Should we take a brief look?
Let's go. Okay, so we left it here and we were asking, okay, what is Vanha going to do? He decided to go knight e3, not knight e2. And Cipido responded with f6. Okay, our plan. Yes, he's following us. And after f4, bishop d3, knight f5. He was, I guess, not afraid of g4. Why was he not afraid of g4? Maybe just knight h6.
Maybe he goes h6.
Or where would you go?
Or back even, and maybe then knight h6 better, threatening to take on 5.
Yeah, but okay. Vanha decided to go knight c2 and g5 on the board.
Okay.
Okay, let's see. And Y decided to take on f6, and after this, just play f7.
What if black takes?
I think black should take. Anything else seems weird to me. I think, okay, you could go king d7. That's a second best move probably, or number 1. But let's see what it takes. Correct.
What? Maybe bishop f4?
Bishop f4 or knight f3. I think this pawn might be hanging sooner or later, but okay, let's take it. Let's take it. There's no checks from black side. Queen h4 runs into g3.
We want to castle long with white. I would want to castle long at least. And then knight f3 as you suggested.
Yep, absolutely. You're absolutely correct here. So bishop f4. I'm trying to see if I have some tricks with black pieces to open up my files, like rook g8, for example. Maybe you will still long castle and just give me this pawn, because
I'm
white
considering
has
that
so much activity actually. So
yeah, let's try to castle.
I'm greedy.
And then let's try some idea like queen h3 maybe, but rook g7.
Yeah, okay. This actually looks very, very nice for white.
He went king d7. Yeah, looking at this position, maybe you don't want your king on f7.
Absolutely, yes. King d7 I thought was much safer because you make a castle through, I don't know, queen f6, then you take and then go rook e8 and king c8, and this is now a castle. But I don't like black's pawn structure.
And even taking the pawn f7 is gonna take a while.
So long. So after bishop f4, well, how is black even responding? Do we go
queen f6?
Queen f6, for example, long castle.
And maybe bishop, where do I want my bishop? Do I want to trade the bishop? Bishop d6?
Yeah, sorry, here maybe in this scenario this works. Right? Because this bishop is unprotected with a check. Right?
Right, yeah, it works.
So after this, bishop f4 is on the board, by the way. Let's see what Cipido will play. After queen f6, maybe I have to be slightly worried about knight d4. So what? Do we play knight e2 or do we play g3? But the knight probably wants to go to e5, so... Sorry? Knight?
Sorry, knight f3 or knight e2, but if I play knight e2, I think the knight wanted to go to e5 or
Yeah,
g5, no?
I do not want to play knight e2 if possible. I would prefer it to go to f3. But again, like, have to be careful about this, right? But maybe in this case scenario,
Yeah,
it's not bad because rook f1 and I keep my pawn on
we
f7.
keep the other one.
Maybe this is something we would want to do. I'm not sure what happens in case of queen exchange, though. Maybe the king is close enough and we have no threats with white. I don't know. This is, again, very difficult. I'm actually curious, I don't know if you are, if actually, for example, g5 here was even a good move. Because it does open up a lot for black.
Yeah, it felt like it's not the safest option. We were thinking about things like queen d7 and
Yeah.
castles, yeah?
So can I check the engine, please?
Sure.
Is it fine? Okay. So this is actually all good for black, but here g5 was not a good move. F takes e5 was actually much better. You then, well, I don't know which piece white is taking, let's say with the f, and then yes, either queen d7, but even queen h4 may be a stronger move. Maybe forcing g3. Ah, no, here knight g3 even works. Oh, because of queen e4.
Ah, check on e4.
Ah, so
Funny.
yes, so you're forcing, I don't know, king d1, and now black can even short castle because the f file is open.
Okay.
Not even needs to go here.
That's safe to, yeah, that's safe to castle short here.
Yeah, so this was a much better response. g5 being not a good move exactly because of this. Maybe here apparently the best move was knight e2, but f7 definitely not a bad move. King d7 the only good move.
You want to ruin black's castle with f7.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, this is just a natural way of playing. Yes, and this is actually quite almost +1 for white, for Vanha.
It looks like that, so I believe it. There is a question about how do you make Lichess look like in these streams? Is it about the color? Maybe.
The arrows, the colors, yes, what?
So you can, if you mean the color, you can change the color of your board. There is a setting under board settings. And I actually have the same board color that Laura is using.
The theme.
It's the second one, yeah, same theme.
Yes,
wood 4
exactly. Yes, so I was told by Lichess this is their favorite board.
Really? It was mine too. Yeah, I liked it. I have it for a very long time.
Okay. Yeah, it's really wooden. Yeah, it just makes you feel at home.
So you have to click on your username. Yeah. And there you have, I think among the last ones, next to last, you have board, and you would select the color you want.
Oh, now you can also.
Everyone's using the same theme. See?
Okay. You can also choose a piece set, and I see there's a new piece set. What is this? You will probably see it on a stream a bit delayed, but what is this new piece set? I like the horsey. Look at these sunglasses.
He's very cool. But
oh my god, and the king is in the
diapers! Yes!
King is in diapers. Oh my! This is a very fun.
Yes,
this is a very fun piece. But let's go back to the original one. Just wanted to show you can play around with some pieces and also teams. Absolutely.
Back to chess now, Laura. Maybe the black king on d7 is actually in diapers. It's not bad for this game.
This is a very good point. Yes, maybe when it castles, it changes into out of diapers. Maybe this is how it works. That would be actually a very fun scenario.
It evolves into a
toddler,
mature king. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So we figured out actually that white is doing very, very fine here. Which game can we also check? Have we? Okay, so I want to jump back to just board number 5 just to show you that Aryan Chopra did find f4.
And queen g4, I see.
No, queen g4 is not yet on the board, right?
No, that's our analysis? Okay.
I think so. At least I don't see it yet. I just see f4 being played. Like,
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
other
that's our analysis, yes.
Oh, sadly, but I think we will see something similar.
Yeah, if he played a 4, it must be with all these ideas.
Yes, so I very much love the way White is playing here. Which game can we also continue to check?
David Yan, maybe he had a good run. Let's see.
Let's see.
He lost yesterday, yes, against Sarana.
Ah, yeah. No, so yesterday Amar.
No,
yesterday he I think drew.
Amar lost against Sarana, yeah.
So David Yan had 3 out of 3, then he lost against Sarana, and yesterday he had a draw, so he's on 3.5 out of 5 points. Very, very, very good score. I mean, for international master, maybe searching for a GM norm, this is definitely something he would want to do. Okay, we have d5 by Indian, we had b6 in the Sugiro game, we had d5 here, and oh, we finally see d takes c4. He's accepting the gambit. Let's see. I was hoping for some bishop g5 or e4 here.
Or e4, sorry. No?
Yeah, or e4, but e3 is just a safer response. And after a6, a4, of course, preparing to take on c4 and c5. Let's see who was better prepared here. Looks like Inyan is higher on time. And rook d1, yes, you kind
this has transposed completely now into a Queen's Gambit accepted line.
Yeah. Oh, but I actually haven't seen e5 before. Is this something new?
Yeah, it's played. No.
Oh, no, it's played the most. Okay, it's played the most. I see in the Lichess database. So I'm just not familiar with it. Let's see. So we're sacrificing a piece, but we're actually getting it back with queen e5. And after queen d6, we're getting this endgame, which I assume is equal.
It looks looks very equal. Nothing to, I don't know, maybe the pawn on a4 is doing something more. Maybe it does a good job at fixing the pawn on b7, and that's something you could attack in the future. Just trying to find a way to do something.
Yeah,
create some
chances. Okay. I mean, honestly, like now that this bishop is out from the c8 square, it's going to be very hard to create some chances. Where do you want to move the bishop? Or do you want to play something else?
No, I do want to move the bishop.
Okay. h4 maybe, just to see what would black do.
Okay.
Just to see what black's idea could be, which is actually a very good point. What is black's idea? Should I go king f8?
I'm looking at the same move. You're preparing rook d8, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And you can never play something like rook d7 because I have 2 pieces protecting the square.
Could be that we will trade everything on these open files. Instead of king f8, could we have also tried bishop c5? No, because bishop f6, yeah?
Okay.
Actually, no, I take.
First, we have
How do I do it? Take on e8 and then take on f6, no?
Maybe now I can take with the knight and it's... Oh, no, but then this.
Rook d5.
Okay.
No,
like
my point was my point was to take with a rook, but if bishop takes f6 works, I don't have it.
Okay, but yeah, I'm curious. I guess it works. Yeah, because after this, I cannot play something like that because
rook e4
is here. Yeah. So that's a bit unfortunate. Yeah, maybe bishop c5 is way too quick here. Maybe I could even consider playing g5 actually, right? Kind of saying, okay, now move, and now I can maybe play this. Forcing an exchange of rooks and don't know where this rook is moving to d1, d2, or maybe this is an okay way. You have this weakness on f7, but I have no clue. Maybe it's not so bad.
No, it cannot be really bad. So we were wondering the other days if Arthur had how many, at least if he had all of them, all GM norms, or not. He has 2 GM norms, so he's looking for another one. And all that's left is for me to find out if he ever had 2500, but that's going to be easy by checking his rating progress chart.
Yes.
Let's see, his highest. Yeah, he has already had 25. 2520 has been his highest. In 22.
22, okay. So
2022,
he's just
yes.
searching for his last GM norm, and then he's a
Yeah.
grandmaster.
Correct.
So easy, but let's see if it's easy for
Oh,
him
so
to.
easy.
Yes, I mean, if you have two, it just one left, you know, sounds easy, but of course it's not. It's extremely difficult to get a GM norm. But starting with 3 out of 3, I think he's really.
He still has a huge performance. Right now it's 26.97.
Oh, okay, perfect. So he just needs to keep this up. Sadly, today with white pieces, I don't think he will be able to make this into a win, Inian being a very strong, experienced player.
But I don't think he minds. He's playing a very strong player.
Mm-hmm.
Probably by being solid by the end of the tournament, he would get a norm. Of course, that's not the mindset you want to come with into a game.
Yeah. But sometimes you have
I'm
to.
just saying, he doesn't need to win all of them.
Absolutely, yes, he doesn't need to, but it would be nice if he did. I would agree with that.
He was having a good tournament. And chess is great for mind. Yes, chess is great for mind. At any age.
Absolutely. Chess is a game for everybody. And what else can we check? I'm just looking at my over the board view. I have this weird. Okay, the positions are kind of normal everywhere. I'm just looking at Amar's game. I think is that sport number 11 or
okay. Let's see how.
Because I'm just curious how this position developed. So there was this Sicilian, the Rosolimo one.
The Rosolimo, yes.
Yeah,
Rosolimo
okay.
with G6, probably the most common.
Yeah, okay, so this has been played before. Knight d2, however, not very often. Bishop d6 has been most played move. So let's see what Amar has prepared here. And this has now turned into some weird
strange thing.
knight on d6, there's pawn here, there's pawn here, queen on b6 and queen d2 on the board. I don't know how these pieces are being coordinated, but somehow they work. I have no clue. Like this knight is a bit awkward, defended only by the bishop. Then this bishop is attacking this pawn. Where is this knight moving? I have no idea. Do we have to go to c4? So many questions I have.
I'm not very familiar with this position. I have to say, okay, on move 5, e5 is not one of the main moves. I think it's the second most played move. Knight f6 would have been the main line where, I have seen more games. But this has developed into something.
Yes, something very
interesting.
Very interesting indeed. I just will check the evaluation because I think we are both confused to what is happening here. White is actually being extremely comfortable here because black has no good ideas. For example, I don't know, let's say we go rook fd8, right? It looks like a very healthy move. Apparently already after h4, what are we going to do with black pieces is the question. Give me the move.
So you were talking how the knight on b6 might be trapped, or you're defending it with e5? If knight a5?
I think so. Knight a5. Yeah, for example, this knight has no squares, if I'm correct. I guess we can go with. And after this, then we're taking. So you can go king h7, for example. But now this is hanging, right? I assume.
No, that is hanging, yeah.
So yeah, yeah, so apparently this is an awkward position for black here.
Black, yeah. It feels like that. Feels like the pawn on d4. Typical Rosolimo opening. Somehow black always gets restricted.
Looks
it
very.
Depends. I don't know. In knight f6, things are different.
Yeah, okay, that's true. Yeah, this is this e5 line, which is very. It is kind of blocking your bishop on g7, but it's not a bad line. It's of course.
No. The point is that on c3, white wants to play d4, so e5 is
good response.
Yeah.
But yeah, okay. Just wanted to see what is this knight on d6 doing. It looks kind of trapped, but apparently just very strong after h4, maybe even e5.
So maybe Amar will have a good result today.
Mm-hmm.
He has chances.
He has been having a very good tournament also, I would think so. Yesterday, unfortunate loss against Sarana, but when Sarana is playing very good, what can you do? Sometimes even in equal positions, it's hard to defend. It's hard to defend knight versus bishop. We've all
it
had
was a very strange position, and we were talking at that moment that we have seen things going wrong for black in those symmetrical positions where white has a bishop and black had a knight. So can we see how Tudor is doing today? We have been following him as well on board 18.
I see him. Okay, you can go through the opening. Let's see what we have on the board.
So we have d4. We have a King's Indian or
Grunfeld. Okay, which one?
We have a Grunfeld.
Bishop d2. White played here.
Okay.
This is something, for example, I would play because I don't like going to main lines, which is e4. We've seen many times this tournament, but bishop d2, a very solid move here.
Solid. And rook c1.
Yeah.
And so knight c6. Yeah.
No, just wanted to say you cannot take the pawn on d4 because at the end this bishop is hanging on c8, so that would be a very nice way to win the game. But of course, knight c6.
Knight c6, threatening to win the pawn on d4, yeah?
Yeah. Now it's a threat.
So white takes here. Looks like white has been avoiding this move.
Yeah.
For as long as he could. And now bishop g7, e4. And knight b4. White black gets the typical counterplay against this pawn that he lost. And knight d3. And I'm guessing that now it can be a bit uncomfortable for white to castle, no? No, not really.
I guess we're a pawn up, so I think exchanging these pieces would be a very healthy scenario for us. And the question is, how is black? Where's black's compensation?
Well, that's why I thought that maybe it would be difficult for white to castle, because if all this works, I mean, knight d3 and queen e2. Did black have to take and be so kind as to develop white's pieces? Knight e5 was not an option? No, because of f4.
For example, where do you want to move the queen then? You want to go knight e5. Okay, sorry, you wanted
to... But f4? Maybe, yeah?
Yeah, I mean, f4, I would even consider knight f3, even though I get double pawns. I mean, it's probably not...
The pawn on c5 will do...
the job, I think. But yes, even f4, maybe even f4, actually. Okay.
So do you know the theory here, Laura? Because I'm totally lost and I don't know if this is right. I should just check
we should go back slightly because after bishop d2, c5 is actually not very played move. Bishop g7 is much more often played, and now after e4, I think the point is after knight c3 we take bishop c3. And here the most played move is knight b6, and now bishop e3, and now we have these two pawns instead of this one also on c3, which is what I usually do myself. But going c5 immediately, it's a very interesting decision. It's not bad. I think it's been played by Firouzja, by Giri, by Dubo, by Carlsen even. Actually, let's follow this game. Rook c1, and after knight c6 takes this, and yes, e4, knight d4, and what has been played, Martinovic, Sasha versus Carlsen, knight f3 was played here. Let's see what was the point of this.
Queen e2.
Queen e2, exactly, takes, and bishop e6, knight d5.
So this might just transpose.
And bishop b2.
But Carlsen...
Yeah, Carlsen won because he got these pawns. Did we have to go for this? Why can we not play something like b4? I wouldn't exactly
maybe because bishop c4 is a bit
of uncomfortable.
Maybe
slightly uncomfortable. So for example, after king e1, this rook is awkward, yeah? Okay, so this is the point. So even a3 immediately instead of knight f3, is this a better move? Let's see. Yeah, a3 is a better response, and after takes, queen e2 is not really necessary. We can also go knight g2, but okay, queen e2. takes...
I think makes sense.
Now, this is easier for white, I think, because we don't have to take with the king.
No.
So it's not awkward, but after bishop e6, basically...
Well, now you can defend, the pawn. If you need to, I mean, you can even castle.
Yeah, I think I will castle first and ask you, how are you even attacking me?
Maybe the idea of bishop e6 is that the bishop might go to b3 and not allow b4. So I'm really thinking if it was time to play b4 already. Or could it... Oh, wait a second. Is knight d5 also a move here? Maybe you can still take on b2.
I think I still take on b2, and then after rook b1, I have to go to e5, but then rook b7. I don't think I can take. Or can I? I'm not sure. Let's go for it. What's happening after knight d5?
Here, yes, it's
rook b1.
Rook b1, rook c2, and knight c7. Rook c2 doesn't make sense. Rook b1 and knight c7 is what I want to consider here,
Absolutely. Right? I'm curious if I can maybe take here, but after this, I just don't see a continuation for black, so we have to stop knight c7 from happening. But I mean, come on, look at this rook.
Yeah, but if black castles, you take on e7, and the rook is not going to die in the battlefield.
Yeah. Maybe long castle.
Ooh. Okay. I was not expecting this.
It's happened to me before in some Londons. This is a very tricky way of playing, but if it works,
always reminds me of these tactics where there's the king on d1 and you long castle.
Yeah, exactly. It's tricky move. Sadly, now knight e7 doesn't work because the rook is hanging, so that's very nice. So maybe this is the point, actually.
Okay, maybe, yeah. Knight d5, bishop b2 looks like it works. And I think knight c7 didn't really work, correct? Because bishop b2, knight c7, there was king d7, I was thinking.
Yeah, I think I go king d7. You're forcing me to take either e6 or a8, but I assume it's a8, and after takes. I don't know, maybe black is even better with this pawn structure. No pawn down, and okay. I think this is fine.
This looks fine. Okay, so castles, yes?
I think we castle.
Maybe. And bishop b3 here?
Yeah, bishop b3. And what if I go knight d5 now? Maybe you long castle.
I don't have bishop b2 in this moment.
No, you don't, but you can long castle without issues, I think. For example, this, I think, how am I coordinating my pieces with white? Maybe bishop c3, actually. Maybe bishop c3. Okay, let's see what we do on knight d5, actually.
What about short castle?
You want a short castle? I still go bishop c3. I really just want to eliminate your bishop and then play my other knight on c3, and I think I should be fine. But who knows?
Yeah, I was thinking maybe I could get rid of the knight now, but yeah, so it would be down a pawn, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, rook d8, for example, takes, and now there's a question, what do I do with this? I don't know which one.
This one?
And after e6, where do I go? e3, and you can play rook d2, yeah?
I can.
And like you said, this bishop on b3 is now extremely strong.
At least have the rook from getting to d1 and have this file as a compensation. Because otherwise I don't see a lot of compensation for black if we don't do that.
Yeah, exactly. Like rook b1 needs to be played, and then, like you said, probably rook d8 is a very good compensation. I mean, I don't see white's I don't know, plan here, or easy plan or something like that.
Pawn up, but how are you going to make use of it, yeah?
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So this bishop being extremely strong on these squares. So yeah, this is the reason that Tudor is thinking after bishop e6. And if I check the valuation, guess what? It's 0-0.
Oh, really?
Yeah, this is 0-0.
What's the best move here?
There
Is
are
it
many good
b4?
moves. There are many good moves. Knight d5 actually is a good move, and I think it transposes to a very similar line that we saw before. Knight f4 also being a move.
Ah, I
Forcing
didn't
bishop
consider that.
b3, but I think the engine always wants to go h4 here.
Ah, okay, sure. Of course, I forgot about that.
Obviously. The point is, for example, after castles, now after forcing bishop b3 and rook h3. This is how we want to play. But this is
so I'm not even going to castle.
Yeah, you're not castling because you're claiming this is an endgame. King is the best in the center, but however, my rook is out of the game, so you're bringing it through h3 somehow, if possible.
No, I definitely like this idea because on the first rank, the rooks weren't going anywhere. D1 is, I mean, the D file is the only open file, so you want to be there. But if you can't go there, probably it's much better on h3, trying to make it to d3.
Mm-hmm.
That's still available.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely, absolutely. There's one interesting line here.
Okay.
Knight d4.
Okay.
And for example, if you go knight c2, I'm just trying to figure out what is happening. Knight c2, king f1, king d1 being the only move. King f1 loses.
No, I wouldn't.
Bishop.
Ah, oh, okay. Yes, I have to.
And now this is a perpetual.
Yes, that is a perpetual.
So knight c2 not being the best move. Yeah.
Rook d3 here.
Rook d3, and you lose after, for example, knight c2, king e2,
bishop c4.
No, maybe start with bishop c4.
Mm-hmm.
And where do you go?
If I go back,
whoopsie on b3.
And rook d1.
Rook d1, and
it looks awkward. I agree.
Takes.
But maybe I'm not losing anything.
Takes and bishop h6. Yes, you are. Yes, you are.
I am. Okay.
Yes, you are. But again, if without the engine, I would not see bishop h6 from far away.
Mm-hmm.
But very, very nice idea.
Okay, so we see how dangerous this is for white. We see that the extra pawn is not for free. It never is for free, but it's good to understand why.
Exactly.
This activity, yeah. How you get the pieces into the game and how you create the threats.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
So we have this position right now.
Yeah.
And Tudor is
rightfully so thinking. Yeah, rightfully so thinking. Do you want to go jump? I see that Kamalidenova is playing on board 19, just to see what happened here. Finally follow a girls game, because there are not a lot of girls playing, I think around 8 or 9. So she played the Sicilian.
Another Rossolimo.
And another Rossolimo with e5, but this time slightly different move order, playing c3 here. And let's see what it transposes to. Look at Kamalidenova's time here, 1 hour 34 minutes. So very good preparation. Ooh, 95. But this is still all prep. And here, this is where she was out of her preparation. Playing rook c8.
But, okay.
Yeah.
This looks fine for black, yes?
Why didn't we go c5 though? Is my question. Couldn't we have
maybe
played
because it? Yeah, we
because
could,
of
maybe
this?
the pawn on. Oh, I was thinking the pawn on d6 would be a bit awkward.
Yeah, so maybe from this side
in the future.
So maybe going from this side. Okay, so that's why she went rook c8, and after takes. I mean, this pawn can still be awkward in the future. Let's see how Kamalidenova is playing. Queen e8, giving the pawn, but actually it's not giving it, right? Because of bishop b2. Okay, I guess this is an equal position.
Again, where black needs to find the active moves, right?
Yeah.
Because the d6 pawn is hanging.
Yeah. Yeah.
But you have some counter threats.
Yes. Okay, just wanted to see what happened here, and just maybe jumping on board one because we haven't looked at it for a long time, and it is our leading player here with black pieces, Sarana. Oh, wait, let me just transpose this. Okay, so we left it here, b3, bishop b2 immediately without c4 first, but it kind of transposes. Let's see. Now this is slightly awkwardly placed bishop. Usually you would want to put it on f4 and queen on b3. So I already think that black is doing absolutely fine here. Let's see, 94, 95, some exchanges. And
b4.
b4.
Interesting.
Yeah, interesting. Basically, white playing for this weak pawn. It would be ideal if white would have a knight here and it could jump to c5. Then I think strategically it would be a winning game, but with two bishops I don't think white can make this into a win. Let's see what's happening. Okay, he's gonna push this pawn, of course, as much as he can, but after rook a8 white needs to exchange some pieces, otherwise he's just losing material. So like
so
this.
e4.
So I think this game,
I was exactly this thinking that he should try to attack the center and give up the a pawn for maybe c6 pawn, but look, e4 was a much better idea.
yeah, e4 was a very nice plan. Just wanted to say that this game will finish in a draw in 5 moves, because it's going to reach move 30 and this is when they can offer a draw.
That's right. So we remind you, in case you are wondering what Laura is talking about, there are no draw offers before move 30. They are applying the Sofia rule in this tournament. We have seen some quick draws like the one we had today on board 8, but that's because they repeated. There was a 3-time repetition and probably called the arbiter. So
yes, have to call the arbiter.
Was agreed. Yeah.
Yes, actually that's true. So we can see the queens being exchanged. We will see bishop d5. Do not play rook d5. Why exactly, Raluca? Why can't we do this?
Maybe rook a1? Do you think rook a1 might win the game?
Very close, very close. Oopsie, checkmate on f1. No chance of turning back. And yes, this is why we will see bishop b5 takes. And after bishop h3, bishop g2, he's gonna take, and I think after something like
king
this,
f6, king f, yeah, like
or king
h4,
f6.
h5, h4.
h4, h5. Oh, so smooth. And this is okay. One more move by black. One more move. For example, now we play this, and this is going to be a draw. Or king f6, yeah, or king f6 actually. Yeah. So this game gonna finish in a draw 100%, and I think, Raluca, we might deserve our first break.
You think we deserve a coffee?
I think we deserve a coffee, maybe some chocolate, if chat will agree with us, if we were having some nice commentary,
like a
maybe a snack time. Oh,
sounds like a good plan,
yeah. So yes, I see you guys in around 10 minutes. Stay tuned. And welcome back to round number 6 of Aktobe Open. We left it for a few minutes, but already some drama has been happening in Vanha's house games, right, Raluca?
I think so. I think we left it in a position where already things that weren't clear for black, but I want to see how exactly it developed. I'm very curious to see what happened. So what happened?
So we left it around f7, king d7, bishop f4, and
yes, we were wondering.
Play that. Okay.
Oh, he played queen h4. We were looking at queen f6, actually, yes?
Yeah, we were actually looking at queen f6 because then we have some threats with knight d4, but maybe queen h4 being the best move, forcing some weaknesses. Maybe.
That's the idea. Queen h5.
And kind
so
of
he doesn't want to allow castle.
Stopping the castle plus attacking this one. So 2 in 1. We love moves that are 2 in 1. But after knight f3, now white is threatening to long castle or even short castle. Who knows? Because with short castle, this could be a very, very nice pawn. Maybe could never be taken also. So let's see. Bishop e6.
That could be a good point, yeah. Even though we only wanted to long castle at some point.
It looks safer, but I see that in the game, let's just see. Vanha offers took on d6. Black took with a pawn. Now, of course, okay, taking with the king would be too much, but what was wrong with knight d6? I'm not exactly sure.
Maybe nothing in particular was really wrong. Maybe he's just trying to have e5 covered in the
under control.
In case this would be there.
That's actually a very good point. So taking with the pawn is good. Taking control of all the central squares that we can. Okay, and short castle. So we actually do have short castle on the board, not long castle. Okay, not our first choice. But after rook f8, how are we defending this pawn? Maybe we cannot defend it, actually.
No, probably that pawn is a goner. We were thinking that it would be all the time. We were never trying to defend it. But look, queen e2, the move that he played, it's very interesting because if queen takes, probably knight g5 is...
knight g5.
Is that it?
Yeah, I mean, the thing is he cannot take with the rook because knight e5.
Right, yeah.
This is the original threat, so one move joke. But yes, after queen f7, we could probably consider... what else could we? Yeah, knight g5, maybe queen g6.
And now we have to go, is what you're saying. So maybe we could have started with rook e1.
Rook e1, maybe, yeah. Rook e8.
Does it even work here?
Board. Does
it
work?
Think it works here? I don't know.
I don't know. I believe that it does. I don't know if it does actually. It just looks too fun not to be played. But maybe it doesn't.
It works. Yeah.
Oh,
f5 is protected. Yeah. The king is safe.
Even something like knight before, you think that this would not be enough to checkmate? Probably not, right?
Probably not, because I play rook c8 and run to b8.
Yeah. Okay, so maybe not, even that is maybe not the best response. Okay, we can start with rook e1.
Yeah, that's what I meant. Maybe start with rook e1 and threaten knight g5. But maybe queen g6 again. Your suggestion works.
Yeah, queen here. Yeah, okay, maybe queen g6. Yeah, maybe queen g6. And you're saying that even though this king being on d7, I cannot, there's no way to attack it. Okay, here maybe I have to be slightly careful also myself. Also myself, slightly, very slightly. But yes, I think this is a bigger threat. Yeah,
maybe king c7 and then threaten on g3.
And I have no tricks. No tricks. But then why was queen f7 not played is my question. Why? Knight
h4 is another move, but I didn't think that knight h4 would be so terrible.
But maybe if we move this pawn here, then maybe it is terrible. How can we stop this from happening? I don't see it.
Okay, so that's the point then.
Yes, so for example, yes, we go rook e8, and I would probably take and say, oh, these two pawns are very bad. I will go knight e3 and attack them, and just it should probably be very bad for black. Okay.
I'm just thinking, even if knight e3 was an option after queen f7, but if we figured out knight h4, maybe we don't need to be funny.
Yeah, even this, actually. I didn't even think about anything else because I just wanted to see this pawn structure, but even this is extremely good. Very, very good, actually. Okay, so that's why queen h6 was on the board, and after rook e1, finally we took this pawn f7, but queen e6 on the board. Okay.
This at the end? After all the trades?
Let's show it. I think we are forced to take. Now black is not maybe forced to take, but let's just see what is happening in case he does. For example, this takes, this king e6 and probably rook h5. Vanha would probably say, okay, this endgame, you know, if I do not win this endgame, then I don't know how to play endgames. Because, come on.
He's happy with an extra pawn.
So many good squares for the knight. I think he would be very happy to achieve this. But what is the valuation of this position after queen e6? Is it really 0-0?
Maybe if there is something here. We said that it's not forced to take.
Yeah.
Maybe this is the moment. Okay, he played queen e6. So we're expecting to see this position. We looked here.
Yes, and now, okay, what else can we do except king e6?
Rook f8, but okay, we have this on the board.
Okay. Oh, rook f8 could be uncomfortable.
A to f8. I don't know.
Yeah. Oh yeah, rook f8, absolutely.
This one maybe, but knight g5, no?
Is knight g5 still a huge threat? Okay, rook g7.
Okay, so I'm not threatening much there then.
Yeah, I'm also trying to look if there's something, but
okay, maybe on rook f8 the rook moves away. What if the rook moves away? Say it goes back.
Do you want? But can I not go knight g3?
Can you? Yes, you can. Yeah.
I hope so. I would hope so. That would be lovely if I could do it.
Yeah.
Maybe the point is okay. Actually, it's very tough to see the point. I wanted to say okay, this rook here, but again, knight g3 is coming. So rook f8. Rook f8. Let's put it on the board to make our thinking a bit easier. And I'm gonna have some more coffee while thinking. It always helps. Some magic potion.
Yeah, I got my refill here as well.
Cheers. And yes, rook f8 looks very okay. We did win a pawn, but can we keep it?
Okay, so what are our options? King to e6. It looks like a threat right now, yeah? Knight g5, king moves. Yeah, that looks like a threat. So we have knight g5, we have rook e2 or e1, to which knight g3 is always the
available
problem.
It's always available. Yeah, if I had an option, I would go rook h6 to potentially take this one, but sadly I cannot. Okay, let's think about this again. I feel like it might be this, but now this one is hanging and the rook is hanging. Okay.
I was hoping that we could get something on against the knight on f5, which is pinned, but I don't really see how.
Like knight e3, for example.
Rook f8 is played.
Okay, rook f8 is on the board. Okay, so this is then
and the rook is hanging, yeah?
Yeah, just the rook.
We always have this problem.
Yeah, exactly. So rook f8, I think it's the most annoying move. However, I peeked at the stockfish.
So you know what we should do here.
No. I just wanted to say yes. I know the best black move here is actually rook g8.
Threatening to on g3.
I think yes. Again, the point is after, for example, like this, we still take on g3, and we cannot play this because of this check. So after takes, we cannot avoid losing this knight. So this was actually a much better move. Everything else was, I think, 0.5. I think.
So, and rook g8, where should white have put the rook? Because it suddenly looks like black might be up a pawn or what?
Actually, that's a very good point. I didn't even consider this. Yeah, that's actually a very, very good point. Yeah.
Or maybe on rook e2, knight g3, rook g2? Was that only losing one pawn?
Yeah, this might be it. We still go for this yanking h1, right?
Mm-hmm.
Might be this actually. And this is now equal. Well, equal.
Wait, but okay,
bad pawns, but apparently equal.
But 1 second. If I take here,
stop asking me good questions. This is actually a very good question.
And then this is a piece up, yeah?
Can we not trap the knight? No, I guess not. Knight e1? No, just move the rook, right?
Okay, so it's not rook g2.
No, it's not rook g2. So, okay, what about if I take anyway, and after takes I go here? And my point is, after you take everything, I go rook g7.
There's rook g7.
Yeah,
that's
maybe.
Right.
Maybe this is the right solution.
Yeah, looks like it, yeah.
Could be. Okay, so maybe we figured it out with some problems. However, after rook f8, how am I stopping knight g3?
So we thought we should look a little bit at knight g5, no? And on rook g7, see if there is anything.
Yeah.
For example, if I play knight h7, is there any way to get the knight back? I guess not.
Oh, that's a bit risky. That is slightly risky to do. No,
what about h4? So. I still lose a piece, no? h4 takes.
Rook g5.
Takes, and then there's some g4. That looks so awkward.
Ah, okay, but actually, yeah, it looks
the pawn
awkward.
on g5 will be lost, no? As well. So
let's go for it.
We mean h4.
Yeah, let's go for it. h6 cannot be played because I just take it. So you probably think about something like this and go g4. Now you could play something like knight e7.
Correct.
But I wonder what happens after knight e3. I know we get a rook for 2 knights, but is my rook active enough to play this? Maybe
because
not.
You might win the pawn on h7.
Yeah, maybe it's not actually. Maybe it's not enough. How am I winning it like this?
Rook h8, yeah.
But somehow I like my 2 knights. But I don't know. If I had an option, I would not go for this, but maybe it is okay. Maybe it's fine. But I don't believe it. Wait. Actually, this is okay for white. Yes, this is actually okay for white. 0.2. Exactly because of rook h7.
I was trying to figure out now how to win the g5 pawn, and I couldn't really figure it out. So that's.
So let's say I want
not nice.
Yeah, I would love to maneuver my knight to f3 or e4, but I cannot do it.
They're all taken. The pieces are perfectly placed doing their job.
Okay, so after g4, could you have went for something else?
But my question is, even if you play here, okay, what if I play rook f7?
Yes, good point.
Because it looks like the pawn endgame is going to be lost.
Yeah.
If we trade everything.
I think you're right.
Now we have to take?
Takes, yeah.
And not take again.
No, definitely not take again.
He played rook e2, so we'll see.
Okay. Now after this, rook g7 is a big threat because here I cannot stop this pawn from hanging. So yes, okay, maybe we were saying a bit too much. Knight g5 was actually a draw. Yes, this is what we were saying. This is actually all a draw. Our main line is 0-0. Now there are 2 good moves. Yeah, rook e2 was on the board. Also rook e1 was not a bad move. Sorry, rook e1 or rook e2, both good moves. Knight g3, of course, we expected this and this. And now the question is, can Vanha win this endgame?
So he played rook e1 in the end. Okay, so rook f3 takes and king g2, I guess. Will be king g2.
Yeah, are you not? Yeah, he's actually but what about rook d3?
Maybe we could not trap the rook. I was thinking rook e2, and maybe it's not going anywhere after 93. But you just go out on d1 immediately.
Okay, but
Okay,
I
rook
might
e2 I
need
like anyway, no?
I might need to play it. I'm just thinking, why didn't I play rook e2 immediately? You know, instead of rook e1. That was my thought process, but I assume maybe knight d4 instead of knight g3 would have been an issue.
Oh, okay, because it was pinned. Okay,
Yeah,
that
let's
would
just
be nice.
show. So I was thinking, okay, if
But
possible,
knight
I would
takes?
prefer it
Okay.
here, because in this scenario, I just play king g2, and you have to kind of move back. Probably that would be the best response. But if probably I assume that this was bothering him.
Because what we were saying is that here a rook is hanging on f1.
Yeah.
And if knight takes, there's another knight coming, yeah?
Yes, I take, take, and maybe black is happier with this than... Sorry, yeah, maybe black is happier with this than before. Not sure though. I mean, I do like when I have one more pawn on one side.
Majority.
Yeah. Who knows? Wait, let me just check.
Still feels like white has an extra pawn with the pawns
This
on
is
d5.
actually a draw. Yeah, this is actually a draw. So this is actually a draw. Interesting. After king g2, king d3. Ah, rook d3. Okay. So I have to go rook d2, and after h5, king g2, rook e3. This is now a draw, because I go here and you can never...
stays on e4.
Yeah, you can never activate your rook. That's funny. That's funny. Okay, so let's go to the live position. So this is the live position. Rook e2 was almost forced. Yes, and how are we continuing with black here?
Maybe bring the knight to f5 or something. 97, I'm thinking. But 93 was the plan. I forgot. So rook d1. It was my own idea, and I forgot it already.
Okay, yeah. So yes, if I go to 93,
so rook d1,
you're
maybe.
saying that the rook is trapped, huh?
But I'm not sure how to win it. It's just not going anywhere. I don't think you can also win the rook.
That's correct. Wait, I can see the way. Let's show it. So for example, 97, this, let's say I just do nothing for my whole life. I go here.
Okay.
And king
Vacate.
e2. Yeah.
Yes.
And now there's no way to move it. Okay, that's why we assume rook d1 will happen. Yeah, correct. But then it makes my life
Still
easier.
93.
I still go 93. Don't I lose?
This one?
Yeah, wait, so I go rook a1.
Takes?
Or e3 first, or takes first. Yes, actually.
Takes
this,
to take
and
h7.
then knight f6. And this looks winning.
Yeah,
rook e2. Okay.
So there must be something better for black, because I don't think this is that bad for black.
Correct. But let's see. Can I move my pieces somehow to annoy you?
But really, in the 97 line, I don't see how what you're trying to do will actually happen, because there will be knight f5 all the times, right? When the king is on f3. So we just have to do something better than that.
Even if I go with g4, maybe you have to play h5 then. But when you go h5, can't I just go king h3, king h4? Ah, no, then you go maybe knight g6.
It's not going to be easy, that's for sure.
No, so yeah, my point was, for example, if I go b5, you want to do something here, I start with g4. And if you, for example, still continue, I go king f3. And now I think this is lost somehow. Okay, no, actually b4. Maybe not so simple. Now I go here.
Rook c2 maybe, yeah.
Now I go here. And now the rook is still trapped after this. Okay. So do you have to start with h5? b5 immediately on the board. Yeah.
Okay, breaking up on the queen side with b4, of course. Yeah. That's the move
simpler. That's simpler because immediately we play this and there's no chance for my king to come.
But here knight d5 would defend everything.
It would, huh? It would, you're saying so. Even though takes... there's still again some knight f6. There's still some knight f6 in the future. Okay, could be slightly awkward.
So what? On knight e3 we have to what? 97?
Okay, let's go for it, yeah.
But this is just what we were seeing before with the G4.
Yeah. Okay, here you go before immediately. That's the point. Okay. This is the point. This is the whole point.
So, very quick with b4, yeah, because d4 is always hanging.
Yeah. Okay, so b5. Let's see, can we play a3, force a5? Or is this bad for me? Do I want to achieve this? And for example...
How is the endgame? Can we force the endgame?
I was thinking exactly the same, yeah. How can I...
King f2?
How can I force the endgame, but after b4? Yeah, this is funny.
91 rook d1 is also keeping the rook for a little while, but no, it's not going to work so well.
Yeah, before being a very strong threat. Being a very, very strong threat here. I still somehow want to go knight d3. Oh, okay. I'm thinking about this. Let's say you have to go this. I go king f3 anyway. Yeah. Okay, maybe you have b4. Okay, on this I was thinking about g4.
Yes, I thought so, but I don't have to trade everything. Yes.
Okay, even if I trade just a knight? Even if you do, it might be a draw actually. Even if you do, it might be enough.
Oh, right, because now maybe the king is in time?
Yeah, I think even this is a draw. Okay, not sure again. Not sure, to be completely honest. Maybe it's not. Maybe it is.
No.
Okay, but for example, even... Okay, I played this.
I have to play
before. Yeah, and this.
No, here, but I think we have to play a5.
Oh.
Yeah, because here you're wasting... No, h... No, I don't
Sorry,
think so,
a5, yeah, sorry, a5.
Instead of a6, because in this line we are running out of moves.
Okay, fair.
But if b4?
Yeah, b4. I have a4, a3, and again...
and that's how you play king g7. And now white doesn't have moves. King f5, king f7. Right? This is the difference.
And if I go here?
We have a raid. Welcome, the chess runner.
Oh, hello.
Welcome, guys, to Aktobe Open. What do we think about this endgame?
I think this is winning. I mean, you're going... Let's say you go here, g6. Okay, you can play this.
Yes, I was going to say.
You could
we
actually...
might have a...
But after this, I think it's over. Yeah, I think it's GG's.
So this is lost?
I think this did... Okay, so pawn endgame is probably lost. Let's see if we are right. So no, it's actually a draw after king f4, king f6, g5, king g6, for example, king g4, a5. We did everything correctly. a4 here and king f7, the only drawing move.
So how... because the king is not going to e6.
Yeah, because
it's just an illusion.
Oh no, sorry. Here is going here, yeah.
Of course, yeah. You don't have
to. Yeah, after this king e6 is enough to win, so... Okay, so this is a draw.
Okay.
Okay, so of course engine telling us that pawn endgames are not easy. But okay, let's just see what is the live position right now. 92 was played and also 97 is on the board.
Yeah.
Well, wait a second.
What did we think here? We thought king f3 here, yeah?
Sorry, yeah, king f3, it's actually not good, but can we see the evaluation bar swing here? Here, this was 93, before was here still the best move.
It is, and it's 95?
Yeah, and after 95, a5. And yeah, whenever you go for this pawn, This is just
Both
not
are
enough.
lost.
Yes, because this one is also lost. So this is not enough. So
But what if we don't go for that and improve the king? Is that so bad?
no, I mean a4 and then you
And a3, okay.
yeah. It's okay, but like for example here we go for this, but after takes, knight a5 apparently strong enough to hold.
So we have 2 extra pawns and this is still fine, yes?
Oh yes, the knights on the board, yeah. How they trick us sometimes. Yeah, so this is actually very, very difficult endgame. Just wanted to say, okay, so knight e7 is a worse move because of king f2. So the same idea, but going here, because now on b4, rook c2, and my plan is complete. And my rook is trapped here. So here you have to go knight c6, and after rook c2, knight b4. And this is how you lose the game.
Well, but so this is lost now, you're saying?
Yes, so after king f2, if Vanha finds king f2, there's no way of this rook escaping the d3 square. So you were right, Raluca, when you said, oh, this is actually potential threat. Well, I think it's going to happen. King f2, by the way, on the board.
King f2 was played. Yeah, I'm just surprised that this is so easily lost once he got into this endgame.
Yeah.
And I'm surprised that there is absolutely nothing that Black can try anymore. Yeah, there's nothing to try, no?
Yes, there's just nothing to try. And it actually means that I would assume that Vanha will win this game, which means that tomorrow he will play Sarana.
Oh, yes. That's a matchup. That's the matchup we have been waiting for.
Sarana with white pieces versus Vanha with black pieces, because Sarana after this draw will still be our only leader. Yes, with 5 out of 6.
Yeah.
And Vanha and the others following with 4.5. Yeah, I was just trying to calculate. Right. Thank you for helping me. Yeah. So king f2.
We had only 2 players on 4 points before this round. One was Pocharo, and he drew Sarana today. By the way, we thought it would be a draw, but we now have confirmation for a while. And the other player is Tidepov, who's playing now Vanha. So if he loses this, it looks like it. He will remain with 4 points.
Yes, and I like the point made in the chat here. All this from one small tiny mistake on move 9 when he played g5.
That's where it started, yes.
Yeah, I mean, playing g5 was very brave. We said that, okay, why didn't he just take and play queen h4? That was actually a very good question, but he was being very ambitious with g5. And after this, Vanha just took his chance really very nicely and very slowly. He was not rushing into anything. And just...
I like how he played. And his queen e6.
Yeah, even here, when it looks like a slight struggle with knight g3, Vanha just saying, good enough. Good enough for me.
Maybe rook d3 was unnecessary, yeah?
Rook f7 actually would be +1 still, so this could be holdable for black. But I think eventually, because
better
of these
chances,
pawns,
but yeah. No, I think you will lose this.
Yeah, because after this,
g4?
I mean, oh yeah,
King
g4, yes. I think this is very hard to play with black pieces, actually. Very, very hard. Extremely hard.
I think he would have lost this as well. But sure, it would be
in a longer way. In a longer way, but now trapping his knight on e3 and after king f2, I honestly think we might see a resignation in a few moves, if not already. Yeah. Wow. Okay. Very nice.
Completely over.
Very, very, very nice.
Well, a good comeback from Vanha. I was just thinking if maybe Tidepov went for g5, thinking it would be time to get into a more difficult position, and Vanha might not be in his best shape. And he thought that maybe he should complicate things from the beginning.
Yeah. By the way, king e6 is on the board. Yeah, so Vanha is actually a very strategical player. I would not say he's a dynamic player, right? So picking this opening with black pieces was smart with knight c6. But yeah, I think maybe Tsipido knows that Vanha is a strategical player, so g5 was just an aggression, move out of aggression, trying to achieve some differences, but not enough. Vanha, not only he's a strategical player, he's just a class. He's a class player and he will not take these moves.
I think that black is trying one last thing, which is on rook c2 play knight f5.
Yeah,
here.
absolutely. So here rook c2 probably I would assume it's not the right move to go for, because yes, knight f5, and no, our rook is running.
Sorry, yeah.
Yeah, her rook is running out somehow, and king is coming here. So something we don't want to do. Do we have some check with our knight, maybe? Can we go g4? Threatening this. And threatening this as well. I think g4 might be it, right?
And maybe then he would try h5.
Oh no, I don't think you can try h5 because of, sorry, of knight f5. And you're losing a knight. Okay. Which is good enough, right?
I think so, yeah. I think it might be good enough.
I think this should be absolutely good enough. So you would have to move the king, maybe, or maybe go knight.
Yeah, but then
maybe here. Maybe this is the idea. Whoopsie. But yeah. Thinking if I can do something about this actually. Okay. So maybe g4 not exactly so smooth as I assumed. Funny, I have so many checks, but none of them are winning. That's a bit ironic. I was hoping I could have king f3, of course, the idea
but then knight
h4,
this, yeah?
But knight
or
h4,
what?
yeah. And after this, going back, I have achieved nothing. So, knight f1 on the board.
Okay.
He will show us.
Yeah, I was trying to find a way to trap the rook in a different way, and I think he's going to... Where is he going? To d2?
No, I think he would go rook e1.
Okay, that way it's still trapped. Nice.
I think so.
But if... Alright, yes.
Maybe, yeah, I think you have to defend the knight somehow, and after rook e1, how do you stop this? That's actually a nice way if that's true. Okay, you could still try with this, but...
I don't think so.
I don't think so either, yeah. King d2.
Well, rook g3, you're saying, or sacrifice the exchange.
Yeah, but it's not enough, right? This is just winning. Let's see, I want to check if knight f1 was the best move. Yeah, knight f1 being the best move, and yes. Oh, even after this, just this is winning, right? Even smoother.
It's even easier, yes. The easiest.
Even smoother. Oh, that's pretty. That's actually very pretty. Don't even need to go rook e1.
No.
Wow, okay.
If you want to free the e2 square for the king, you might as well do it with the
check
move.
With the check and taking a piece that's a bonus. Capture. Oh, yes.
Okay, so we're expecting a win here, but we were having another very, very interesting game on board 5.
Let's go for it.
Yes, this one.
Oh, f4, yes, and let's see. Oh, black castled. Oh, black decided to castle even with this diagonal open. Okay, and let's see what happened. Queen f1 takes, and oops.
Here, nothing.
And bishop f7. Aha, this is how we're stopping this pin from happening. And knight d5 is now on the board.
What is this? What do we think about this square on f6? What do we think about it?
What do I think about it? I think it's a dangerous square. I think it's a dangerous square, but...
Maybe we can see some sort of Anastasia's mate with 97 and find something on the H file.
Yeah, actually, yeah. Even I was thinking about it, even with the knight on f6. To maybe play rook f4. Yeah, let's go for this. I want to see how you defend. Show me.
We're going for a different checkmate. What's this? The Arabian checkmate, yeah? With the knight on f6. So what?
Yeah, we will also check board 9. And knight h3 just also. Okay, somebody suggesting also knight h3, maybe instead of knight f6. But we will come to that later.
Maybe I move the queen? To have an open line against the king. Another open line against the king.
Yeah.
One is not enough.
Yeah, no. We need all of them. So you want to go queen h6, yeah? You want to go queen h6?
I wasn't very sure, but yeah.
I like move queen f2, just giving up my bishop, but I think it might be enough to win the game like this.
Yeah, my plan was to get the king out of there to g7. Maybe h6 was not the best square then. But rook h4, I still take on f6. Okay, let's try this, yeah.
Yeah, you do have a point. You do have a point. But now, like somebody suggested in the chat, maybe now I'm looking at moves like this. Maybe. Don't know if they work. Just looks fun to play. You said knight
knight g4, but
knight g4, yeah.
It's doing any much.
I mean, okay, we're still playing, right? But this is now pinned as well. The rook is pinned.
So let's bring another one.
So let's bring rook f1. Okay, I mean, I don't know if this is winning. Completely honest, not sure.
Yeah.
But should be. No, sorry, so then the rook is hanging.
Let's not bring another one for now, because that's the reason why bishop fc4 worked. Let's try, let's try knight h3 now.
No, wait, why don't I just take with a check?
Sorry?
Why don't I just take this with a check? Now I'm checkmating this somehow. I just missed this check completely. I think this is good enough. So we went wrong somewhere with black, I think. So maybe queen h6 was too slow.
I have to make some space for the king, yes? I have to... Do I have anything else?
Maybe you don't need to. Maybe you can go just knight h7.
Maybe.
Maybe, because after this, also this kind of doesn't work because knight there's queen h6.
What is going on?
What is the material? I have no clue. I stopped counting long time ago.
Piece up for black after rook h7. Takes here, right?
So knight g4. Also wait.
But then rook down.
There's the rook down, so I have to take. I'm forced to take.
And then rook down again.
Where's the rook down?
Oh, okay, sorry. Yes, you're right.
Well, yeah, okay, this, yeah.
Yeah, like that.
But now I take here, and I'm winning the game, yeah, with this pawn. With this pawn that I didn't want to take.
Yeah.
I never wanted to take this. I think this should be good enough for black. Okay.
Rook h3 still might do it.
I don't believe you. I don't believe you. I just don't believe you.
Bishop d3.
But this, maybe. Okay, maybe.
Can I take a pawn first? Do you mind if I take a pawn first? Let me take a pawn first.
You are a brave human being. Are you not afraid
knight c6,
of this?
Yeah. Now I'm afraid of it.
Are you not afraid of this? Like, oof. Okay, well, now I have an idea. Sorry, yeah. You have
it didn't work. It didn't work. Yeah, I had one idea, which was to take here, but it didn't work because the knight will defend the bishop. Yes.
Yep. Yep.
Okay. Rook f4 was played.
Okay. So he has the same idea as we did, except with this check it didn't work, and now he's saying, now this will work. Which I believe him. Rook f4 is annoying. Somebody also suggested, so knight h3, we didn't even check this move. The plan would be after takes, oops, rook g2, kind of pinning the queen. But
move the king?
Is it good enough after king h8 is my question. Maybe it is. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. After queen h6, you need to be a bit careful because queen f2 is gonna lose the game after this check. So maybe not so simple. Maybe when I'm opening my king, it's just unsafe.
It's not only the black king that gets open, no?
But that makes me think what
about
if...
h3?
Yeah.
But okay,
Exactly.
knight f6 is winning here. h3 wouldn't work, right?
I mean, yeah, it should be winning. Yeah, this should be absolutely over. Yeah, this is over.
I don't
Okay.
think there's time for bishop c4 if that's what.
Yeah, and even something like this, nothing works. Like even like
And
this,
here?
I wish I could play
Yeah,
this,
yeah,
you
yeah.
know. But this comes with a check.
Yes. And if pawn takes g2, there was queen g2
yeah,
there.
queen g2. Yes, yes, absolutely. Okay, so the rook a4 on the board. Looks like white is, yeah, having some nice space advantage.
Yes, don't push the f and g pawns unless you can calculate like an engine.
Yeah, it's
even
tough.
like that, even that way, it doesn't look like black is going to be doing well here.
No, this is difficult, right? I mean, I don't even evaluation would say 0-0 here. Like, come on, this is just king is open. There's no pawns around the king to defend it. This rook is not into the game. If this rook was on e8, okay, I would say okay, we have some chances here with black pieces. But now, yeah, it's just.
I'm still looking for moves here for black. Maybe knight h7.
Oh, that's so ugly. Knight h7. Yeah.
Because I don't think I want to take on d5, for example. Or maybe I want to take on d5. I highly doubt I want to take on d5
but
in
did
this
you
position, yes?
here in this position you would want to... Okay, so after takes...
I don't know. I don't think I want.
You would want to
Because
go
then
knight f7?
it's forced.
Yes, it's forced, and I will... Okay, now I can decide which pawn to take first. Maybe this one. Okay, oh, it's c6 though. c6. They're destroying my fun. How about knight h3 now?
Well, I said I don't think this is something I want. Okay, let's go with your c6, yes? c6, knight g5.
Yeah, knight g5, yeah. And oops, this is coming.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I like knight h3 now that this bishop is not on f7 anymore. This is very important because now my bishop is covering this diagonal. So in case you would still decide to take,
there's no way to defend that.
Yeah, like these two squares are just deadly, very, very deadly. So maybe now a knight h3 is actually a very good idea.
No, but I don't think I need to. I really don't want to give up that bishop.
I don't think so.
It's the defender. So what? How else can I defend f6 if it's not knight h7?
I'm just curious if I need to defend it immediately. Okay, if I go queen a6 and then put my king on g7, does that change my life? Does it change the outcome?
Transposing? We had this on the board before, right? How did we go about it? We played knight f6, king g7. It was like that, right?
Yeah.
No, the king was on h8.
Yeah, that was the difference. Yeah, and it makes my life a bit easier because after queen f2, then queen would not be pinned, I assume. So maybe queen h6 is but maybe now knight e7. This is the beauty of this knight. Not only it has f6, it only has e7 square, and now this is
forcing king h8.
And now again the same idea. Yes, and somebody said like one thing is certain, yeah, Zvier will have a headache from calculation, and after this game, that is for sure. I would agree.
It will be traumatizing.
It would be traumatizing, yes, and yeah. Oh my God! Like I don't see a move for black. Can I check the engine? Can I pick a bit?
Yeah. What does the engine want to do after rook f4?
Actually, bishop d5
give us an idea.
Is the only good move.
But it looks so bad.
It looks so bad because after bishop d5, actually knight d e6. Aha. Okay. So you're connecting the rooks, and
Well, I was connecting the rooks before, but it didn't help much.
But with different one.
So I guess on e6 it's easier to defend.
Yeah, this is apparently still okay. I mean, okay, this is +1. But apparently black is surviving. However, here rook f8 is a much better move. Let's see why. Because after check and
96.
now queen c4 is it's more annoying than before because of what? Knight h3. So knight h3, somebody suggested in chat before, very good suggestion. Bonus points for you. Yes.
Played at the right moment, it's deadly. Vanha won. Okay.
Yeah.
So Vanha won. We got an update here in the chat. Okay, so I think we have our round for tomorrow. Sarana, Vanha.
Yep.
No.
This is almost
no
certain.
doubt about it.
Yes, this is almost certain. I see a bar on board 4, so let's see the leaders that can try to catch up with Vanha. So these are Chaparino, Ju, Sugiro, Suleimano, and board 4, I see some things have changed. Oh, this is the interesting game.
Yes.
Oh, I want to see what happened here. I'm so excited to see. So we did predict b takes a5, and after knight a5, white decided to go knight d2. So not long castle like engine suggested. But knight d2, which is a human move, and after castle, knight d4.
Engine and Gina.
Engine and Gina, correct, absolutely. Yeah, now this knight is looking at d6, maybe potentially some f6 sacrifices, you never know. Just saying, you never know. That's
maybe
why
h4 and knight g5, your idea is also there in the air.
Yeah, also I'm considering something like g4, forcing the knight out, going knight d6, forcing the bishop out, and then going
and then knight f6. Okay.
No, this is of course all in my imagination, but yes, you know, it's an idea. This is an idea, and f5 on the board, opening up this diagonal. That's a bit risky thing to do, but knight is coming back into the game, which is very important, I think. Also, this file is open. Look at this. Oh, look at this bad king. Oof. Just doesn't want. I just don't want it, you know. Can I exchange it? No, I have to go rook d1. I mean, okay, I could have probably went knight f6, but I would assume
queen f6, bringing the queen out there doesn't look.
Looks terrible.
Desirable. Yeah.
Looks terrible. And d5, yes. Like this king is now in the center, so we're opening it. Bishop e2. Bishop e5. Okay, I assume this is a threat in case white decides to castle. Right? This, or maybe even this. Two options.
Followed by queen h4?
Yes, followed by queen h4. And now we can maybe take like this. Or let's see if I can play this immediately. Knight g3. Okay, now I could take on c4, and I think it's also okay. Just winning some pawns, you know. Always happy to win some pawns. That's why white decided to take first. And after bishop d5, knight g3. Okay.
Okay, so what if we get the queen out of there?
Where do we want it? Where do we want it is the question. Because white will castle the next move.
Yeah.
So I need to be prepared.
That is clear. Okay, but if castles, there's bishop b3 ideas, yeah? If I get my queen out of the d file.
Yeah,
this will become a threat.
Very good. Okay, so you're saying, for example, queen f6.
Maybe something like that, yeah.
And I'm threatening f2. I'm threatening bishop b3. Ooh.
And this one, yeah. I think this is also a threat because my king is safe. Even if rook g1 is not the kind of position where white might create big threats.
Do you want to check evaluation after queen f6?
Sure, we can do that. Yeah,
it is winning. It's -2 exactly because of bishop
-2.
b3. Yeah.
Okay.
And queen f6 on it is in top 3. Yay for us. Also rook c8 and queen h4. They're all almost the same evaluation. -2.5.
That's a lot.
That's a lot. So I do think that maybe winning the material is the simplest way to play chess these days.
It's the human thing to do.
It is. I mean, it's
You see, you see a way to win material and you go for it. The engine sometimes likes these positions where you have big advantage, but as a human, you're like, it's not tangible. Yes, how am I actually going to win it?
Yeah, it looks like we're almost like we are good at chess. We are trying our best, you know. We make some queen blunders there and there, but otherwise we know how to calculate. So I hope you guys are also learning as much as we are from
Luckily,
these top
when
players.
we play over the board, we don't blunder our queens yet.
Yep, it really doesn't happen often, maybe once a year, but you know, but not in one move, maybe in like three move tactics, that happens, oops. But otherwise, yes. And by the way, we predicted it, queen f6, castle, bishop b3, and queen e4 is on the board. We're winning some material, and I think black will eventually win the game.
Yeah. So that will put Sgîrcea on 4.5. He will join the pack. Yes. Or he will stay in the pack rather than join it. He was already there.
Yeah, absolutely. So he's staying in the pack. He's always somewhere around the top. Yeah.
We also have a draw in Davitian's game. I think we were kind of predicting that.
Yeah, we were predicting
we saw this endgame from the queen's gambit accepted.
Yes,
yeah, they just
around
played a few more moves.
Let's see how exactly they continued. So white didn't even move the bishop but attack the bishop. But let's see how black so easily escaped the draw. With some tricks. After this we have then opposite color bishops, which could have some weaknesses there and there. So black didn't want this and just moved it and took this with a rook. Spicy, still getting the opposite color bishops. However, after defending everything, they just decided to agree on a draw right here. Move 32.
Yeah, not enough. Yeah, the f7 pawn is the only weakness.
Yeah. Very, very nice game. Very nice tournament by Davitian, which you said he has 2 norms and only searching for his last one to become a grandmaster. Smooth. He is fighting. As you can see, he could have exchanged the pieces many times, but was having some tricks, you know, rook g6 and so on. So,
but Davitian is still in the run for a norm. I don't think he's out of norm possibilities with a draw. He was playing almost a 2600 player, and we checked his performance before this game. It was close to 27. He will stay there if he plays people over 2500. Very close to 26. I don't think he will lower his performance. So he's on the right track.
Absolutely, yes, you're right. This is not over for him. This is round 6 out of 9 rounds. He, I think, just has to maybe have 1 more win and 2 more draws. Might be actually enough to score a norm in this tournament.
Just to make it to be sure, yeah.
Just to be sure, yes.
But also, if he makes all draws, he should also be
fine.
Yeah?
Depends on the players he plays in the future rounds, I think. But this tournament is so strong. I think there are only a few players below 2300, even below 2400. There are only like a handful of players, maybe 10. So I think that even if he's gonna play a 25 player, it might be enough. Yeah.
And I see here a comment in the chat that Sgîrcea was indeed there was a time when Sgîrcea was doing very, very well a few years ago. He beat Carlsen in the Olympiad, we are being told. And he would have thought he would become a top player. He's a top player, but indeed at some point we stopped hearing about him. I don't know what happened there.
That's correct. Yeah, you're right. Did he always represent Hungary, or is it just recently?
No. Yeah, it's just for a few years.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, he was always in the top, but I guess he was not so active. Maybe he was more of a second than actually being an active player.
So maybe that's what happened. He started focusing on something else.
Yeah, maybe, but I think still he always was around best of the best, but never really entered this top 20, which brings you the elite chess tournaments like Grand Prix or these invitational tournaments. So sometimes being a second is good enough, you know. Sometimes you have to earn your money differently.
Yeah, you have to make a living. That's what I wanted to say.
Exactly.
Yeah, he switched to Hungary last year. Okay, so only last year. I thought it was more than more than a year. So last year only.
Okay. Do you want to maybe jump to board number 9? Because I see black player or white player has 33 seconds. Is that correct? I will not go through the opening. I just want to see, player with black pieces.
Because we might miss the action, yeah.
I just want to see, look at this. Daneshvar with 40 minutes, Rototse with 33 seconds.
Not nice, but is he winning the pawn on d5?
Yeah. Is this pawn being lost? I mean, queen d1. How are you attacking it exactly? How are you attacking it? Do you want to go with queen to a8? But that looks a bit cringe. A bit cringe to do.
If I play e4, then I'm gonna lose the e4 pawn when I take on d5, yeah?
And also whenever you are gonna... maybe you can go queen a5. I'm just trying to see with low on time if I can trick you somehow with some checkmate, some maybe knight g4, knight h6, you know. But maybe it's not so simple. Or is it? Okay, let's see. What are you playing on this?
So what about king g7? You want me to play king g7, right?
No, I want you to take.
Oh, okay. You want me to take. I will take. I will cooperate.
Well, actually, maybe it's not so simple as I thought.
Rook b7 was your plan?
Maybe I can start with the check and go rook b7 now, so you don't have any f5.
But I have knight f6 now. Okay, and what? I do
have knight f6. Maybe you have knight f6. So no tricks
g4.
like this. Oh, like this. No, okay. Maybe I was dreaming a bit. Like even here, I don't have any tricks with taking it. No tricks. Okay. So nothing like this. But after king g7, I could play like that, yeah?
Yeah.
That's how I could probably play. Okay, who knows? Who knows?
But hold on a second. Are you gonna get checkmated yourself with rook c1 and queen e1?
I don't think
I will try.
So yeah, I don't think I'm afraid of this because king on g3 is actually quite safe.
I don't know.
You don't know? Okay, let's see what you got. Knight g4.
So you're saying that this is not going to be a checkmate because you hide on h4?
Oh yes, this is a very safe spot for my king.
No, okay, let's go for it. Queen to, let me go to g1. I don't know which one is better and if it matters.
No worries.
Here.
Oh, okay.
And then here.
Okay. Fair point.
I will try.
Fair point. I'm wondering if if g3 works.
Okay. I want to checkmate you and you want to checkmate me. Everything is
yeah, I really want.
It's clear. Okay, so g3, knight g2, king g5, and I don't have h6, yeah?
Yeah, you could play maybe, yeah, you don't have h6, of course, of knight, because of knight h6, and I wonder how you defend. This is a fun position.
Okay, I have one more idea, but maybe it doesn't work. I'm looking at h6 in this position, but maybe it doesn't work really because your king stays on h5 and it's safe.
Wait, you know
what?
h6
takes, yeah?
Yeah, okay, but let's go for it. Let's see.
Yes.
Let's see.
I'm not threatening much.
Not yet. I'm trying to see if I can make some threats happen. Okay, maybe it's not so bad.
I could try to bring the queen to g6.
Yeah, but it's too slow. You cannot do it. Yeah, I'm gonna checkmate you first. Okay, not working.
You're even going to put your queen on that diagonal, just
to prove your point.
Just to show me.
Yeah, so let's go back. So after knight f6, rook d1 is actually on the board. Yes, maybe this is a bit safer. King g7, avoid any checks. Very good prophylaxis. But queen h4, now I'm looking to some squares like queen g5, knight f5, you know, then we have some very, very good ideas, and that's why h6 is on the board. But this looks like everything is holding.
Covered, no?
Everything looks very holding. Okay, we might see this, but Or can I go a4? Can I be ambitious and play a4?
Okay, you can. The question is if I get to your pawn.
Yeah, you're asking good questions because I actually have no clue what would I want to do with my life here. Yeah, okay, maybe not a4.
But even on knight g4, I don't see it so clearly how the pawn can be protected on d5.
Yeah.
For example, knight g4 captures, right?
Yeah, captures. Let's say I take with a...
Queen takes?
Yeah, I will take with a queen, yeah.
Yeah, pawn takes and g5 is interesting, but...
By the way, a4...
maybe not enough.
Yeah, like here
a4
I was thinking
played.
this, yeah.
And
I
then
don't...
f5?
I don't think you ever want to do it because
H4.
you just make too many weaknesses on the king side. That's my opinion, but what do I know about this type of position, yeah? I mean, engine would know more, that's what I'm trying to say. a4 is on the board, which is a bit confusing because we thought queen a5 was very strong here. Don't you agree?
Yeah, that's what we wanted to play, but he must have seen something. What did he see?
Okay, I think... Let's make some conspiracy happen. Maybe...
Queen a7,
okay,
he played what?
Why would he go here? Yeah, I'm trying to see.
He's stopping a5 with queen a7. But rook b1, we are being suggested.
Rook b1, it's a bit passive. Because after knight d5, how do you want to respond? You want to take and go rook b7?
Maybe that was the idea, but I don't know.
But now I think I can just play this whenever I want. Oh, maybe rook b8 though. Maybe rook b8 was the idea and go here.
But queen c7 also stops it, yeah?
Yeah, absolutely. Queen c7 looks strong enough. I think this is rook b1 maybe not being the best response. No, I wanted to say maybe the plan is, for example, to exchange everything. Like let's say just to play like this and go a5.
Just run.
Maybe. But who knows? Maybe this is too slow. Rook ab1 he wanted to play. But with rook ab1,
knight d5, rook d5 was the plan. So trade everything or how? Okay, let me... there's a rook b5 in the end? Or what? What if it takes? How is this happening? So takes. And now what?
Knight g4, he wanted to go. Oh, okay, I see you. I like this idea. Does it work? That's a different question. But somehow it looks like it might work. This and this being a huge threat. So you're saying that if I go h5, queen f6 and king f8 is good enough for you because of this? Okay. Yep. Okay, very good. Very good idea. This is a very good idea.
Nice find indeed. Yeah, this was a very nice idea.
Do I have to play rook b1 to achieve it? Yeah, I think so because of this checkmate. Yeah, that's a very nice idea. Maybe it's also an engine recommendation. Okay, engine would even play king h2. And after this, yes, still go for this. Yeah.
So you don't even need the rook on b1.
Don't even do this. But very good suggestion. Very good trick. I haven't noticed it. But yes, this is on the board. Queen a7, queen b4, and queen b7.
Okay, white looks active now. More active at least.
And also protecting this pawn. And now I assume we will see queen b8. I think so.
I think so, yeah.
We will see this.
What other option?
After queen a7, maybe something like this, right? Or no, maybe let's not trap our queen. on the board. So after queen a7,
queen b5,
maybe queen before queen b5.
Ah, before, yeah, before. So there's no rook c5. Yeah, similar idea. So queen b8 played.
Queen b8 on the board. Yeah. Okay. So yes. We'll see what's going to happen here. I'm just trying to say that with 30 seconds on the board, black can make so many mistakes that I think we have many other games.
White is also playing very fast, yeah?
White is playing very fast, which is a good strategy to hold on to. But maybe we can also check some different games to see what is happening.
So who else do we have? We haven't seen Chaparino's game in a while, have we?
No. I actually want to see what happened there. Chaparino being very solid this tournament, just playing very healthy chess. Okay, we just want to see the idea. So after knight d2, so he didn't go c4, Zhu.
No.
Which was played in all the games so far. Knight b2 novelty, basically. But after knight h7, we achieve a. So
he actually showed us the idea, right? We were trying so hard to find it.
He showed us, yes. So we don't need to call him and ask him what was the plan. He showed us on the board. Takes. And let's see how this game continued. Okay, some maneuvering with the queen, with the knight, with the center, and then some exchanges being made.
Interesting way of exchanging there.
Very interesting game. What is the pawn count? We are equal currently.
Okay.
Equal, but attacking with black pieces. But okay, I think after this consolidation, this is
most likely a draw
to end in a draw. Yeah,
and they can already offer a draw. Yeah, it's 241.
Yes, was this not a good way of playing?
This would have been a draw, no?
Yes. So,
but maybe he doesn't want.
So you think white is playing for win? Okay, white is playing for win. Interesting.
Looks like they're trying to do something there. So who is the leader after this round? It's Sarana. He was the sole leader. He made a draw today, so he moves on to 5 out of 6. And he will be followed by a group of people with 4.5, out of which Vanha.
Yeah.
So very happy to see him there. Sugiro will also win his game, so he will be on 4.5 as well. And we don't know who else will win.
Yes.
Yeah, there are a few more games
being played currently. Aryan Chopra has how many points?
Yes, he has 3.5. That's what I'm looking at. How is he doing?
By the way, talking about him, some development has been made in that game. Bishop e6 was played by Zverev, but now knight f6, forcing a sacrifice, but finally taking on c3. Yay, black is almost satisfied, but no, queen f5. Queen
that's
f5.
Really nice. Bishop c4, queen rook g6.
Yes, and that's on the board, and I guess we can even play with something like queen f6 here. If we are feeling adventurous. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, maybe it's a better way of getting the queen. Because it's with check, and now rook c1, you also get the pawn.
I'm even considering better. Yeah, maybe even maybe even rook e1, but okay, rook c1 should be enough, of course. Even queen f6 should be enough. Everything should be enough. Evaluation is in fact +4.
Okay.
Even knight f3 here.
I was just a little bit worried. You know, in these positions, I feel like the only hope for black will be to keep the pawn alive and try to play for counterplay. So why don't we just get their hopes?
Yeah, we just kill their hopes and dreams and just win the game like this. Absolutely. We assume Aryan Chopra, after very, very nice game, will be joining the leaders. Well, the second to, I don't know, 4 leaders.
Yeah. He will be on 4.5. Okay.
Beautiful. Board number 6, what happened here? Also some complications. Apparently evaluation being 0-0. Okay. Black is doing slightly better because of this weakness, I guess.
And also the pawn on d5 maybe
falling, yeah.
at some point. At some point, if
I
c7
mean,
is not also falling.
yeah, I think this is falling, but also this is falling, but then this knight is falling. Everything is falling. Then g7 is falling. Yeah, this apparently is around equal. I don't exactly know what is happening, but evaluation says not much advantage.
Okay, so I guess it knows something. I think we will see rook c7. Let me just check what else we have. Aditya Mittal won on board 13, knight h1 on board 15.
Okay, let's see the live position. Okay, so Aditya Mittal looks like a domination on the board. How did knight h win? Oh, there was a blunder, apparently. Queen a5 being a bad move, because the queen does absolutely nothing there, and then again, these pawns running over black.
I was just going to ask, did that pawn become a queen? But yeah, there I have my answer.
Here you go. Here you go. Yeah. After this, you have many ways to win, including e6. You can play
bishop b6 also.
Bishop b6 also. Everything
Get
is
the
winning.
bishop. Make sure that it doesn't stay there.
Yeah, absolutely. What else? Do we have any interesting positions happening? Chat, you can also help us finding some drama on the boards.
Board 17, I see the bar.
Yeah, let's check.
Swinging into black's favor. Wow.
Whoa.
Yeah, black is up 2 pawns or 3 pawns? 3 pawns. Okay. Whole 3 pawns.
Very healthy pawns. How did this happen? Let's just check. There was probably an opening blunder. Wait. F4. This is all preparation, so you sacrifice a pawn in exchange for activity. Let's see. Another pawn was not taken because of this. Okay, fair. Where did white go wrong? Around here, probably. It's already very difficult to play for.
There was knight g2. Okay.
Yeah. Sadly, this doesn't work. So I think this is around the moment that white didn't know how to take care of his advantage. Well, compensation for the pawn, and yeah.
Okay, there goes another one. Black doesn't believe in anything.
This is 0-0, by the way. Because of this. Any case you decide to play like this, which looks very healthy. Oh, just bishop h7.
Oh, no. Bishop h7.
Yeah, just bishop h7. The only move here for black, queen f6.
Yeah, stopping queen h6, I guess.
The only move for white, bishop f5.
Wow.
The only move for black, queen h4. The only move for white, rook g3. And okay, yes, this would be very difficult for both players to find the best moves. So rook b1 was on the board. And here again, should have played rook g7. Should have done it. Should have done it here, and rook f4 the only move.
Maybe this is more difficult to find right now, this
Absolutely.
rook f4.
Very difficult, but if you didn't do it, now this is over for white. This is where he went wrong. And now this
all feels
dead. Trying some sacrifices, he is. Now he's a bishop down and 2 pawns down. But tell me, how do I protect my king? Is queen f6?
Queen f6? Okay. Yeah, I'm looking at rook g6, but I don't think I can make it work.
I don't think you can.
No, I don't think it's just a check and then move the king away.
Okay, I guess this is something you have to look for, but I think bishop f7.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. And I think resignation.
Rook f7? What? I don't know. What's the king f7 or rook f7?
Yeah, king f7, of course. Not giving the g6 pawn if not needed. Yeah.
Okay. Apparently there's some chaos also on board 11, which we will check. Okay.
We left it long time ago where there was chaos even before. So after rook d8, white didn't... No, white went? h4. Good play by Amar. But here, I think bishop g4 was played. Yes, okay. Let's see how this game continued. Okay, so black lost a pawn. but queens are being exchanged, and now black is saying, okay, I have at least this pawn for some compensation. And what happened here? Some exchange. Oof. What is this? Can I not take on c6? I can. And
with 2 pieces for the rook?
No, it's 1 piece for the rook.
Oh, it's 1 piece for the rook. I'm sorry. The knight on h2. Yeah, it's a bit...
But black is saying, you know what? Bishop b3, stop me if you can. Stop me if you can, and not even taking it immediately, but now forcing this endgame.
Well, black is a pawn down, yes, but the a-pawn. A-pawn can be dangerous. To get the king out, maybe, f3. Now a5.
A4, and how can we turn this into a win? It's a very good question. I assume because it's opposite color bishops, probably not really, right? Oh, this pawn is already on a2. But
no, I think that pawn is the reason why
also,
it's not going to be so easy, yeah?
Also
Maybe.
that pawn, but if I play this, you go to b1, yeah?
Yeah.
You go to b1, and you're telling me there's no way to win this?
Oh no, I think white should try. Solve this, yeah.
Okay, I guess I want to go here, yeah.
Okay, there, yeah. I was trying, yeah, exactly.
Yes, some difficulties, yeah? Some difficulties also for white, actually, to play the best chess. Ooh.
So the threat will be knight a5 and knight b3, right?
Yeah.
From black.
Yes, so this is now a threat, and now that we know what is the threat, how do we stop this from happening? Maybe this is the only way, and then we get
the end game, you're saying?
Endgame. Maybe. Or not, what do you think? What happens after 93?
93 is a draw, we are being told.
Can I?
Looks like a draw, yeah, but can white... We are trying to see if there is any way to, yeah, push any further.
Can I push a bit? A bit, slightly. But I guess not, right? I guess not. King comes here. Okay, doesn't do much there, but you know.
But the knight is not getting to b3, which will be important.
Yeah.
At least.
Okay, so knight
maybe our knight is getting to c3. So imagine you play bishop b2 and you bring the knight to c3. Maybe you get to win the pawn.
No, you're absolutely right. So knight e3 is actually a draw. Let's see what... Yeah, black needs to take, I think. Okay, you can play like this. You could play like this.
Oh, we missed her.
Oh, yes, yesterday she was not here. Where is she? Again, I don't see her yet, but don't worry. I'm sure our third commentator will join us eventually. Yeah, so this is actually a drawn endgame. Not sure if it's a simple way to draw. Bishop a1 was also played, but after knight a5, we still go for this, right? Or this? Wait, is this so simple?
So knight b4, there's bishop b1, right? And then knight b3. If knight e3, bishop b1.
Okay, the engine is saying also this is just like a draw.
This is also a draw.
Yeah, which is logical, I think. I would maybe consider going for this. Maybe this is easier draw with this bishop instead of having a knight.
Because h5 is coming faster.
Absolutely.
Forcing the trade.
Forcing a trade, yeah, going f4, h5, and this is a draw. Okay, so this is going to finish in a draw. I don't think there's a way to play for anybody here. And I think we can move on to some different game.
Yes.
Sgîrcea, by the way, won the game after winning this exchange very quickly. let's just see the ending position. This is where the resignation happened.
And Aryan Chopra also won. Can we see how it...
Let's see.
Oh, so it didn't
Rook
last for much
e1.
longer.
Yeah, Rook e1 was played immediately, and after h3, just taking the queen, and after queen
g4, another piece, yeah.
One is hanging, another one is hanging. You can even have a choice which one to take.
Yeah. That's a good point.
Good job.
So we're having Aryan Chopra joining there on this game on 4.5. We have board 6 still in play, and I don't remember if we looked at it.
We just looked at this
we
rook
just
c7
saw this and rook d5.
And apparently, by evaluation, this is slightly better for black because of the activity. I don't exactly know what happens on this, though. I really have no clue. How is black playing after that? I don't want to go g5 or I don't want to go g6, so I might need to play this or this. Probably knight f5, right? But okay.
That's what I didn't like
but
about
like
knight
this.
f5. Okay, yeah.
But like this, you know? And then this. And then this. Okay, yeah, so this is the way you play with black pieces, okay. Some calculation to be made here, but yes. So far looking okay for both players.
Here engine gave queen f3 and not rook takes c7. When would that be? Rook e5? When would that be? Queen f3?
Queen f3 is not possible.
Yeah, or we think so.
Queen f3 is not possible, neither from white, neither from black. So I'm just a bit confused.
Okay.
Maybe here this is what he means. The engine is giving this. I don't think so, right? Queen f4.
Queen f4.
Queen f4. Okay. So queen f4 here. Yeah, this is also a good suggestion. Yes, this is also a good suggestion because after takes this. Knight e6.
And the pawn is still gone. Okay.
Bad pawn structure. Okay, I think I want to leave it here. I want them to play their own game while we maybe move on to board number 10, where Sgîrcea is playing. Sgîrcea, if you remember, started very, very badly. I think it was with a loss, then a draw, then he's not having a good time. However, I hope in this position he's having better time than in general, because he's attacking. There's opposite corner bishops, however, with the queens and rooks on the board, a player who is better is the one that has less weaknesses on the king. And in this case, white is more protected and black is under pressure.
And also he has an extra pawn, which helps.
It helps his life choices, indeed. It does help him.
We're not sure that it's going to advance anywhere.
Why
but
not?
It's there, right?
Why not?
You have it there.
Yeah, it's true, yeah.
I'm thinking because it's very well stopped on light squares. The bishop on c6 is not going to move away from there.
Well, I have to be honest, I will check the evaluation. It says +3.
Wow, so there is something maybe here.
No, not that there is something. For example, bishop b2 already
with
+3.
Queen c3? I was looking at Queen c3 immediately to provoke g6, but yeah, I want to have the queen in front.
Yeah, so in case g6 happen, you have, oopsie, Queen h8. Yes.
I was actually just reading today. I saw that Olivia was doing very well. She had some norm possibilities.
Okay. I didn't see that, but it would be very nice. She's a very strong player. She's working on chess a lot recently in Poland, so that would
Poland
be very
is
nice.
Also doing something right.
Oh yes.
Not only Turkey. Poland is doing the right things.
Yeah. Their federation they have so many strong players. I have a lot of friends, chess players from Poland, and I always say you could have 3 teams in the Olympiad and you would still be in top 10 probably. They're just such a strong country in general, and it's very hard to compete for the national chess team there. Yeah, so let's cheer for Olivia, but also let's keep our minds on this Aktobe Open because some top grandmasters playing here. Maybe Olivia will play here next year, who knows? And try for GM norm here because it seems like when you're in good shape here, it's a very nice place to try out for GM norm, yeah?
Yeah, there are many good tournaments like this where you have a rating limit, and then, well, that makes it either easier to get a norm, or it makes your life a hell if you're doing badly.
Absolutely, yeah, because you can either lose all the games or you're just in the top, you're playing the top board. You're right. Sometimes you can suffer, but sometimes you can have some fun. Yeah, what about my plans? Somebody also asked if I have any plans for the summer. Hopefully more chess commentary, maybe World Cup commentary. I would enjoy that very much. Even with you, Raluca, I would
be really nice.
Yeah, it would be very amazing to follow the Women's World Cup. I think Women's World Cup is taking place in Georgia, while Men's World Cup is taking place in India.
Oh,
I think,
okay.
yeah, they put them in different places. Don't know what's the reason. But yes, I will follow these top opens. I will also be commentating in France, Aix-de-Provence. Probably pronouncing this wrong because my French pronunciation is not the best. So yes, some commentary jobs and GM norm not in the near future.
So yeah, I was just checking. Yeah, you're right. It's in Georgia, in Batumi.
Yeah. Yeah, very interesting that they divided them, right?
So it's actually very soon now, yeah?
Yeah, very soon.
5th of July to 29th.
Already in 1 week, basically. They're leaving. So yes, I will be following that for sure. Do you want to maybe check what Mustafa is doing on board 12?
Where is he? Okay, board 12.
Yeah, he is on board 12. He suffered 2 losses in a row. He saved 2 positions in a row from having 2 worst positions in a row.
And he lost against Aftian, where that was the game where he was doing well, and it wasn't very easy, yeah.
Absolutely, but then after the Vatian's game, he really was suffering. He had 2 basically almost lost positions, but he saved them because he's a tricky grandmaster.
I remember in one game that he didn't want a forced draw.
Yeah.
He preferred to play on, and turned out it wasn't so easy.
Yeah.
It was easy to go wrong, in fact.
Yes, yeah, you're right. Yeah, it was very easy to go wrong, but he managed at the end. He really managed. It's experience, I guess. Sometimes that helps in chess.
It helps a lot.
Yeah,
it helps a lot.
It does help a lot.
So how is he doing here? What do you think? I think I like it. I like his position. What do you think?
Okay, so I like this knight on c4, basically forcing this rook to be grounded. I like that there's a bishop. I like the center. Yes, I'm trying to see.
The center, yeah, that's the main thing that pops up.
So
the rook that's ready on the d file in case it opens. Who knows where that rook might get to? But I don't see anything immediate or.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to say. I don't see anything being played immediately. I would love to play d4, but I think the idea of white is that after taking, I will go e5, yeah? So, I think that, yes, like you said, you like black, but what is the
how
plan?
to make progress, basically.
What is the progress plan? Maybe a5, a4, starting
I was
with this.
wondering if that's going to be one of my ideas. I feel like the knight on b3 is running slightly out of squares.
And I'm wondering, is this, wait, let's say white plays nothing. Is this a threat? Oh no, sorry, rook is hanging on d8. I was trying to say that maybe this would be the idea.
So we could try to make that work, basically.
But also,
could you insert f6?
Yeah, also.
You can insert f6, maybe.
Oh, okay. So, for example, here, I start with f6, right?
Okay, but if white plays queen c1, then our plan...
then our plan is destroyed. Oh, no. Yes. Oh, no. Yeah. So maybe in this scenario, No, but it's the same.
The rook
Queen
is same,
C1,
yeah.
yeah. Also rook is hanging, but I just wanted to show if this would be a threat for black, but it is not. It is just not an idea right now. Okay, white decided to take on d5, which is fair because e5 could be a potential weakness.
Also, the knight could stay on e4. Yeah, he played
it. Very good to point this out.
Okay, so what do we do? White's rook d7 or how to continue? Rook d7.
Yeah.
I guess is an option.
Rook. Yeah, I don't. This is difficult. This is not an easy position to be analyzing right now, especially after a few hours, almost 4 hours of talking. I'm missing some chocolate
B7.
in my blood.
Ah, okay. Bishop e7 and f5 is a nice idea, right? So this and maybe that.
Really? Is it so simple? I don't think so. I don't think so. I'm not gonna let you. Or actually, I might let you play f5 just to make more weaknesses on your king.
Unless it will be a lot of space instead of weaknesses.
Okay, that's true. What if I play...
He played rook d7, yeah, okay.
Okay, yeah, here I was wondering what happens after knight d2, actually. Because don't forget, e5 will be hanging if you remove this knight.
But he could take on d2 and knight d2 and... Yeah, okay, I have to play something like... I don't want to play f6 here, really.
And then so this knight is stronger than the bishop because of these also weaknesses around the king.
So knight b2, I thought.
Yeah, I
rook
take.
e5.
I take, of course. Ah, you want to play this?
I think so.
Do you want to play like that?
I think chat wants to trick us. Vasily wants to trick us here.
Yeah, okay, maybe bishop d6 does work. Maybe bishop d6 does work. Okay, but rook d7 on the board first, which I think is logical. Do we take now? Oh, f4, okay.
Very direct. Very direct play.
Yeah, I like it. I like it because, like I said, there's some weaknesses around the king side because of the fiancetta.
So not so solid, you think?
So maybe not so solid. This time I like this knight on e4. Apparently, is black better here? Yeah, black is definitely better. It's -1.5 actually.
That much?
Yeah, that much. For example, takes, queen takes, and
put the bishop on e5?
Yeah, e5.
I'm also looking at white's dark squares. Maybe weaker than ours.
Yep. Absolutely. Absolutely. So, yeah, queen f4 is on the board. It's up to Mustafa to decide, does he want to go here? Does he want to go here? Even here? Many good options, but I like e5, like you said. Then white has some weak squares to take care of.
I think we could try that, and I'm reading some comment here. Unlucky for Ansat, his opponent is underrated, and I was trying to see who was he playing.
Yeah,
we have seen him around. He's playing on board 17. Okay, and his opponent is 2384.
Ah, so this is the game we were actually checking before. So there was checkmate on the board.
Yes, this one. Yeah.
Yes, so this was the game. Ah, so his opponent is underrated. Oh, yes, so sometimes you just get unlucky pairing. Sometimes you have to lose some rating to these strong youngsters that are in the rise. It is unfortunate. It is unfortunate.
They have to get their rating from someone, I guess.
Yeah, absolutely. They have to take it from someone. By the way, let's check Tudor's position because he's still also playing.
I think black is trying here, right?
I also think black is going to try as much as he can. This
can white go rook f7 and trade one pawn for the other?
After ac, you just want to go rook a7 or what?
Or rook f6.
f6, okay. Yep. Okay, that works. Or wait.
Maybe black can try to take the pawn on e5 and play rook e2, and I don't know. Is that pawn advancing? So let's say bishop were f4, maybe, and d3.
So we're
but
playing...
rook d6.
Yeah, we could play this. We could even push and say, okay, I do not care. But yeah, no need if we don't need to.
Yeah, we always have this option. Someone's very happy here to see Vanha back playing.
And I like his username.
So we are.
I like his username as well. Push him, baby. Yes, we're talking about the pawns. Yeah, we did like our pawn pushes here, but oh, Lee, by the way, Lee, also we were following him.
He won. Nice.
He's also searching for a GM norm to become first Korean grandmaster, and he did manage to win today.
Very nice. By the looks of it. Very nice win.
Very
I think he's also in the run still for a norm. Let me just check. Okay, his performance rating is 2473, so he will need
a lot of wins.
yeah.
Sadly, a lot of wins.
Well, he can have one player floored because he played Zeynep, who's 2668 rated. So she will get floored to 2200 when they calculate the performance, but might still not be enough. Yeah.
Yes.
He needs to meet some very strong players.
He needs to meet, yeah, and he needs to beat them, which is the harder part.
Yeah.
Which is the harder part. So yeah, we will definitely be cheering him on. We're always excited to see some new grandmasters emerging, but I would just want to jump back to board number 6 because black has actually won a pawn. There were some exchanges made, and now we're picking up this b4 pawn. Do you think this is
enough to win?
Enough? Yeah. Do you think this is potential win? Or
I think with little time, it's easy to go wrong. We have seen it happen. We had a game, I think, yesterday where we thought it would be a draw, and it wasn't.
Yeah.
So I could see black trying here. He's already trying to push b4.
Yes, like, okay, first we're gonna attack the knight though, but we also have to keep in mind black has a lot of weak squares around the king. So
so you're saying there might be a perpetual with knight g6, knight f8 somewhere there.
Yes, for example, let's say you played this, yeah, and I played that.
But not yet, because king h7.
Yeah, there's king h7. Okay, it's not so simple. I was just trying to make a point that after this, for example, this, right, would be a move, because after this
to get to the
it's not over, of course, but this is an idea. But yes, king h7, maybe not so simple. Yeah, but now king h7
comes out.
So maybe not.
I was thinking maybe we could start with where was it? Here. Sorry. We could start maybe like this, and here, and could we go like this?
You're trying to play like that. Okay, fair point.
Well, there's g6, of course, yeah.
To play king g6? Or what do you mean?
Yeah, also king g6, yeah.
Okay. Yeah,
yeah, don't think g6 might be better.
It's not that scary, however.
What was our live move?
What was our live?
Rook like this was our live move, yeah.
So with this, yeah. So first he's going to check. That's actually smart, because after this knight is coming here and oops, attacking the g3. So king g2 on the board. But still, after knight e4, how are we responding?
And now g3 is also hanging.
Yeah, do you think we have to go rook d3?
That might also be a draw, yeah? But I don't see it as clearly. With rooks, I see it, well, not clear, but maybe easier. What about g4?
We could push. We could push him, baby. Knight e4 on the board. We will see what Zemlyansky Ivan will play here, but g4 looks like a healthy response. Trying to see, okay, what if I just push? Okay, maybe.
Can I make it with knight d5? No. Yeah, knight d5. Yeah, let's try some tricks. Because now, for example, rook d3 will run into some problems.
Will it?
D8? No? Rook
Will
d8,
it?
I hope.
Will
No,
it?
I don't.
Yes, it will. Yes,
We have a check.
will.
Maybe you have a check. Okay.
No,
A
yeah,
double attack.
Yeah. No, that's actually fair. Yes, so that's why after knight
Maybe knight e7 and go even for, what am I going for? Same idea, no? Knight g6 actually, yeah. Not
so yeah,
going to
g4 would have also been not a bad move. Maybe here white was afraid of this check first, and maybe this or something like that. Not sure, because knight h5 is on the board, and this also looks like a very healthy move, threatening rook g7. And after,
So on g6?
Yes, I just wanted to say after g6, I would assume I will give some checks.
King, yeah.
And you can never go here because, opala, we're winning a pawn.
Yeah.
Looks like a healthy way to draw this game.
Okay, we still have a passed pawn. So even if white wins g6, who knows? Yeah, look, he played rook d8.
So
we are following this.
So we assume, okay, if this happens, let's say that this does happen, you're saying that b4 could still be dangerous.
Yeah, maybe he can try with b4. But okay, rook b6, I guess. Okay, he's giving the checks.
What if I just... Okay, no, what if I take first, actually?
You keep taking.
And after this...
So if I don't manage to promote this pawn, I'm even going to lose the game? Okay.
I'm not sure. I think you're maybe winning this game, actually, now that I look at it. So after king h8, hello, my dear cat.
Okay, there she is. Now we see her.
Now we see her. Yeah, so after this, we have to be slightly careful. You're right. Come here.
I'm curious if he's going to go king g8. Maybe he's going to repeat once after rook d7. Yes, cat.
Oh my god.
We have the cat, not just any cat.
The cat.
She's here, yes.
You do not see her. Come here. Come here,
we did baby. See, yeah.
Ah, you can see her, okay.
Okay, that's a good question. What's her rating?
What's your rating? She's probably like stockfish level. But
she would agree. Yeah, she said yes. Yes. You said yes.
Yes. Smack, your stockfish? Yeah, she just hears fish, you know? And she's like, yeah, fish.
If she even hears something you said,
yeah? Yeah, that's true. Like she's a bit old now. Come here.
She would eat stockfish for breakfast. Yeah.
Come here, please.
Oh, so we have a draw here. Black didn't want to try and risk it with king g8. Yeah, I think that's fair. They're playing their games. They're not here to entertain us necessarily.
I would disagree. I will check the engine if you don't mind after king g8. Actually, this is a draw because after b4, actually rook h6, b3. That's correct. The only move to draw is rook h8.
Why? If I may ask.
Now because
rook c2.
Because after king f3, check, king e2.
Go.
King b3, yeah. And what was different than before?
The rook was on b6 in the other line, and maybe we had... What did we have?
Let's see the difference. Let's see the nuance after b3. This, rook c2, king f3, knight d2, king e2, knight c4 wins the game.
Knight c4 now then. Okay.
Yeah, so check is very important. Very interesting. Yeah, so this could be very challenging. Very, very challenging. Rook h8 being the only move. And then, I don't know, check, king f3, knight d2, this.
And b2.
Well, No, b2 is
Maybe
not good.
b2 is not good because of king d3, yeah.
Maybe I have to give you a check somewhere,
On
like
c4?
here.
No, because king d3 as well.
But even this is a draw, even this is a draw. Where did you say c4?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and then...
King d3, yeah?
Yeah, and then this, and then now black needs to be careful, yeah?
I think so. Maybe
Yeah.
that's what he was trying to avoid. He thought that this would be dangerous. They were probably long time. We don't see the time now.
Yeah. I think it's not necessary to give your 2 pawns for no apparent win. If the win is not clear, don't do it. Especially long.
Okay, so what's going on board 10? I'm going to,
yeah. Oh, okay, so let's see.
So a lot of things happen here.
So let me turn off the evaluation bar. After rook f7, there were, yes, like we did what we wanted. There was a battery, and we did win a pawn. This pawn, yes, the point was after takes. I assumed this check.
Nice.
Yeah,
nice
which is a
there.
very nice tactic. So now we're 2 pawns up, which should be
great
enough.
news because we could win with 2 extra pawns.
Yeah, that would be enough. It's
important that they are far away.
Yeah,
from each other. We get 2 passers.
Yes, yes, absolutely. We assume that Sgîrcea will be winning this game, and that means he is coming back 4 out of 6, right? Or something similar.
He will move on 4. Yes.
Okay.
And the crazy game on board 11. How is it going?
Let's see. So it has not finished yet. After king f7, g4, knight c3. Okay, so black didn't want to play this, which, okay, let's see why not.
Now he's going, he's not going for it. He had knight b3 here, yeah?
Yes, why not? Why didn't he go for it? Because just this. And this bishop cannot move.
And it's not, it's nice. a1 is not really a threat.
Funny. But let's see how this game has continued. So black is just repeating the moves. Bishop is finally out.
Okay. And now white has a good grip over a1.
Yeah. So now we went to a1 and Marilham still pushing this for a win. Okay, this can actually turn around very, very quickly.
Go h5, go h6.
Yes.
It's just very close to...
How do I draw this, actually? How do I draw this in... I'm scared. I'm very scared.
Now it looks a bit scary because the pawn on a2 is not going anywhere. Okay, so I wanted to play h5 anyway, didn't I? I don't know if he wants to play h5, but I did. So I'm gonna go king g3 or king
g3, I assume.
King g3, yeah.
Okay, if you go king... Okay, you could...
No, I'm looking... I could go there, yeah? I'm not losing yet.
I guess it's okay, yeah. I guess this is an okay move, but okay.
No, but if I want to push oh, but even with the king on g3 is not gonna happen.
I think the issue here might be knight e3, no?
Okay. I was hoping to have my king closer to the h-pawn, help it advance, but no.
We might need to go here, actually. And then, yeah, this is on the board. Is knight f6
and knight f6,
a draw?
Yeah. It looks like a draw.
Forcing an exchange.
And g5. And now it's going to be a draw, right?
Yeah, this knight cannot move. So I think...
Oh, maybe even black can
push.
win?
Yeah.
That would be fun, yeah? Play bishop a4 and then king f5 and pick up the pawns.
Yeah. Oh my, here I think
so
we're forced to play this. Yeah, or
f5,
h5,
yeah.
both moves, I think. And then this is a draw. Oh, my cat is also staying here, so she also feels comfortable. Why was knight e7 on the board and not knight f6? Do you understand this kind of nonsense?
Who is trying to win this?
Who is trying to win this, black or white? Yeah, now I don't understand. Why not go knight f6 and take the pawn when you have the chance? But okay, I guess. By the way, wow, Yilmaz Mustafa lost.
He lost?
Wait a second. So what happened here? He had great position after bishop e5, but after queen f1, let's see what went wrong for Mustafa. Putting the knight on d4, taking it, and after b3, knight e5. This is now a huge mistake. Let's try to figure out why. Why was this?
Rook e7? How is rook e7 here? Does it work?
Rook e7.
Maybe not. Has to be something more.
Rook e7. Let's see. Takes.
And defend, I guess.
And this, right?
Yeah.
Okay, no, but still check. But maybe this is not so bad, right?
Could I have taken also the knight? It's just...
how would you take the knight? Oh, you like this?
Yeah. Maybe it's mate somewhere. That's why I'm asking. It looks like there could be checkmate somewhere.
Yeah, maybe just not like this. Yeah, maybe just not like this.
Knight f4. Oh no, knight f4. Yeah.
No.
Rook f4 here.
Maybe, yeah. Maybe this is the way. Yeah, this works. This works, but the move was actually knight e6.
And I'm entering through f6. Pawn takes, rook takes, and queen f6, yeah?
So that's why king h7 was played, and now queen f6 is coming in anyway. And what black had to give
this went down really fast.
And this is checkmate now. Wow, Yilmaz Mustafa losing this position. I don't think he's going to be happy with his tournament. I think he's been suffering in the last 2 games, and now with this loss,
we thought he would be winning, didn't we?
Yes, he had a good
we
position.
We just saw his game and we thought he would be winning.
But I really thought this position was not so easy to play in general. But wow, to lose this, to blunder knight e6, you know, that's a nice way to win the game, isn't it?
And chance taken, no?
Yeah, wow.
As soon as he had it.
Wow.
Really nice.
Beautiful, and very unfortunate for Yilmaz Mustafa. So he will try to forget this game, I assume, as soon as possible. So let's move on to board number 14 to see what is happening here. Bishop
probably see a draw here.
Yeah, I don't think there's opposite color bishops, so we will see a draw here. We cannot expect any different result, and Tudor still playing. Well.
He's defending this. Look.
Let's see.
For how many moves has he been defending?
Yeah, let's see when this started. Here.
He just started defending.
So just 2 moves in.
2 moves. He's missing 48 more.
Ooh, this is gonna be a tough defense for Tudor, but Rook f2 apparently
I'm sure he knows this,
the easiest way to defend just on this side. So after check, going Rook a3 was played. Rook a3, very logical, basically saying, okay, you cannot move the rook, so I assume you have to go king d2. And that's what he will play, but in case of a check, we don't care, yeah? We just play here.
The rook has to move anyway.
Yeah, exactly. So rook a3 on the board. This will be continuing.
Very tricky endgame, yeah, very tricky endgame. A lot of strong people have played with little time. Have lost it, sorry, with little time on the clock.
Absolutely. I don't want to play this against like a strong player, because they know some tricks. I think Magnus being one of the trickiest in this kind of end games. So it's easy to lose against those top players.
Was I watching Twitch chess channels during the COVID years? I was watching, and I was also streaming during the COVID years. After life resumed, a lot of things started happening, and I streamed less and less.
Yep, same with me. But we're back. We're back on Twitch somehow. Somehow we just enjoy it, you know.
Yeah, I do enjoy it very much.
But yes, not individually, just to follow some tournaments. Otherwise, yes, like you said, life resumed. Sadly, we had to go back outside.
Oh
no. Oh no.
We get to play tournaments again, organize. Yeah, lots of things going on.
What is this position? This is just easy draw, right? There's no way for black to continue to push his pawn.
Should be a draw. If I just wait, king g2, king f2,
which
he has been done for how many moves, Laura? Since move 54.
Whoa, okay, 54. No, wait a second. So
yeah.
Here. No, wait, f3 has been pushed. Wait. So till f3. Yeah, so you were right. 45.
Oh, even from here, yeah, he just moved around f2 and yeah.
Yeah, so 45.
He changed square so he doesn't get bored with them or what.
Yeah, so he's not bored. So look at white just pushing up and down, back and
Black
forth.
is not yet convinced.
Yeah, so black is still trying. I don't know, maybe he's upset. Maybe he was winning before and now he's like, oh no, like, how did I not win? So he's just making white's life a bit harder, but I think this will be a draw. And we also have board 33 still being played.
Ah, okay.
Let's see. Nurgalieva
Black is
with
up a
black
pawn.
pieces. Yes.
But. Of course, there's always a but.
Yeah, there is always indeed. Rook endgames are always tough to play.
Well, I would go probably h5 here.
Yeah, I will still go for h5. And what is white's plan is the question. Is it to play?
What if white waits king g3?
Okay.
I don't really see a way through.
I mean,
oh, maybe I do see a way through with rook d3 and rook f3 in case of king h4.
Absolutely. Absolutely. That's why
f5
also if f5 was played, yeah, h5. Something was bothering her. Could it have been rook b4 or something? Kind of, I don't know what is the idea. Maybe this or then maybe this, something like that.
And if
but
king
f5
then another check. Yeah.
So she played
no
f5.
progress.
Let's see how she wants to continue. I guess she wants to give a check and then enter with a king.
Yeah, but this I wasn't so sure that it would be so easy to do because I have to defend f5 all the time. And okay,
let's go for it.
King e2 I have to play, right?
Oh, yeah, you could go probably anywhere. Let's say start with this.
Okay, so it just transposes.
Yeah,
wherever I would have gone.
Do I take first? Maybe. Let's say
so here and now you mean king h5.
No, first I check you and then I go king h5. Okay. Yeah.
All right, so this I can easily lose.
Actually, h and
maybe
f pawns are theoretically drawn, even if I take
They are theoretically drawn, yes.
But
maybe I don't have to get there. That's what I'm.
Yes, but
maybe
you don't have to get there.
But this might be. Yeah. This is a draw. So king g4, I guess, is the question.
We take it, yeah.
And we take it. And king
There's
f4.
a check. Okay, first maybe a check, right? To push the king.
Yes. Of course, we should always do that.
Always try to push the king as far as possible. And now this was just a theoretical draw. I think we can play this. This. Okay, we could also maybe have started with this, honestly. It probably would have been fine. So this is actually live on the board.
So we'll probably see some kind of endgame like this.
Yeah.
We are glad that you enjoy our commentary of the Open.
Yes, that's also
Thank you very much.
Nice. That is indeed very, very nice to hear. I am trying to see what else do we have. So we have 3 games being played. All of these 3 games are going to be
a draw.
Should be a draw. Yeah. So let's see how Tudor has defense so far. So just move the king up and up, left and right, left and right. Is it so simple? Is it so simple? I guess this is now a challenging move. Where are we going? C2.
I would say to c2, yeah.
And then after this, c2. Go here.
From d2.
But then after check, maybe not so simple, yeah?
Up. I don't want to go in the corner.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, so this is the way to draw. I like it. The cat doesn't. She just decided to leave. Okay.
No more of this, please.
She's like,
these positions are too boring.
Yeah.
So I'm just gonna go my own way.
She's just going to hide, yeah, until this is over. Also, this has been continuing. This is going to be a draw, and also this. Let's see how this one will continue. Okay, I'm curious how Nurgalieva will try to transpose this into a win.
I think the way you showed with rook b3, and we were trying before, has to be the only way. Otherwise, how to make more progress?
Yes.
How to really make more progress?
Yeah, I also think you can go something like this, but honestly, I don't see a progress for black at all. So I have to go for something like this, and yeah, like you said, takes this. I don't know, here, 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 and like you said, here. Yeah.
I just wanted to check one thing because White's name sounded familiar. So I think he played last year in Benasque, which I'm just trying to check now. And he wasn't so high rated. I just want to see now. He was only 2000 last year.
Oh my.
Yes,
Really?
so last year, this time of year, he was getting ready to get to Benasque. Probably, I wonder if he's still playing in Benasque this year. He has time to get there. But look, he won 85 points in Benasque last year. He beat Daniel Forsen, who is one of the top Spanish grandmasters, 2567 rated last year in the second round. And yeah, he had a very good tournament here.
Wow, yeah, so now he's already like 23 rated player? Wow, okay, so a lot of rating points for 1 year. I have to say I would love that myself.
200? More than 200, yeah,
More, yeah.
300 and something.
Yeah,
it was 2043.
Oh
yeah,
my.
300 points.
Okay, so now he's in the defending mode though, after King G2. There's a question, yes, do we...
Oh, and he's the one we were checking yesterday that we saw wasn't doing very well in this tournament. He was, I thought he was the player who retired, but no, he was just
on 0 points out of
paired,
4. Yeah. Okay, so now this is maybe his chance to not lose the game, but he must really not be enjoying this tournament. It is very strong and he's been suffering with 0 out of 4, but I think that he will hold this, right?
No, I think he will, yeah.
I think he will hold this. Also, okay, let's check, has something happened here? Yeah, honestly, I don't even think we need to check this game for much longer.
When was the last pawn move?
45.
45?
Yeah.
So 20 more moves, 25 more moves?
25 more moves, yeah. 25, but let's see how Tudor is doing.
25 of more King G2, King F2, King F1.
Sounds fun for white. I don't know how black is enjoying it, but sounds fun for white. Okay, so wait.
So the king at least is on e1 now.
King went to e1 and not on c2. Okay, interesting approach. Whoa, yes, now that
he
the king
knows
is...
what he's doing. Rook f1 was the only move to make a draw.
The only move. Wait,
okay.
Wait, just a second. Why didn't he... Okay, he didn't go for...
King c2 was a draw as well, yeah.
Okay, so I don't know why he decided to go for it. Yes, Rook f1, the only move. Funnily enough.
So can we see how Rook a2 would lose? Just so we see the dangers of this.
I mean...
If we move the rook someplace else, there's Rook h1, right?
Rook h1 and Rook h2.
And we win the rook, yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah, we cannot move the king because we're checkmated. So yes, Rook f1 being the only move. And then, yes,
pretty easy to find also, yeah. He doesn't need to know it.
Yeah, and now King f2, King is coming here, and now he's gonna try from different side.
Sometimes it's confusing.
It is.
It is confusing to just make the same defense, but on a file instead of a rank.
It is very confusing. I would agree.
It's a psychological thing. People try. Some people have succeeded. I remember Renier playing we played in a tournament in Greece, and he was playing Bartel, but not Mateus, his brother.
Okay.
And he had an endgame. Renier had a bishop and a rook, and he was trying, and he was doing exactly this, moving from one side to the other to see if he could confuse his opponent. And very close to move 50, he did confuse him, and he was very...
I would be
upset because he had just defended the endgame. He told him, I played a tournament before this and I defended the endgame and now I lost it.
Yeah, this is funny because, for example, now if you go for the same defense as before, on this rank you're losing. There's a checkmate on the board. So yes, do not.
So there's one more way
that.
to lose it, yeah.
Do not play this. So King H2 on the board, and okay, again this can be a bit tricky because King is already coming very close.
Well, at least we have the checks from A2 still.
Let's say I played this, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
How do you want to approach this?
I would always like to play Rook G3, but as you pointed out, I'm going to get, or maybe I'm not getting checkmate.
Okay, maybe it's not. Yeah, maybe you have Rook H3. Okay, King F2 on the board.
And I want to give a check on A2.
Yeah, now we give a check and forcing the king probably to F3. In case king goes here, then the king runs this way. So this is happy, or here, of course. So yes, we have to, after the check, we go here. And again, we give a check, right?
Right, I would think so.
And then we go here. And then again, we can probably play like that, right?
Yeah.
Probably.
I think so, yeah. Because the black king is cut off for now.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, but yeah. Could work. This could work.
You're saying that Rook G8 and Rook G2 is gonna cut off the white king again, no?
Yeah, exactly, yeah. But somehow this is all good, and after King E5, we can probably defend like that. Or yeah, because if we just wait, I think this is not so simple anymore, right?
So if I wait, you want Bishop D3? Or?
Yeah.
And now no more waiting because King E3. And it would win the game. So what's the move here? I have to run this side, yeah? D1. Be ready to go King C1 on King E3.
Okay, so after King E3, King C1. Okay, and you're saying that you're not losing.
C2. I can even go to B1. Yeah.
Tricky. Yeah. Wait, let me just check. Okay, this is still a draw. Yeah, okay, this is still a draw. Yeah.
So we're thinking that here, then there's King C1, and I can try this check, but King B1. Yeah.
Yeah, I think King D1 would lose.
Yeah, Rook B2. That's what I'm hoping for.
Something like this, and now is it like this, and something like around, and you're going?
I think so. There's no time to get out, right? No, wait. Rook C3.
Yeah, Rook C3. I'm trying to. Oh, Rook C3. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out exactly how this is lost. This is, as much as it's not easy to draw, it is also not so easy to win. Why exactly is this probably not winning?
But wait,
I think.
Sorry.
No, wait.
I think we did something wrong before.
Yeah,
right here.
Yeah, we might have done it here. But I think Rook B2 is the right move, right?
I think so. No.
No?
No, we have to go Rook C4 now.
Oh, damn it. Okay, so we have to go. Okay, so Rook, I don't know, let's say C5, C4, doesn't matter. And for
example, and if the Rook waits?
Rook B3, right? Or where do you want to go? To A2?
Yeah, I don't know. So Rook B3, there's Bishop C. There's no Bishop C2. Let's go Rook B3. Yeah, you're right.
No, here we lose like this. No, we don't lose like this. Wait. And now this is difficult. Rook H5, not now, right? No,
because
okay, no.
King C1.
So let's say we wait again, and after this, now Rook H6. What's the point?
No, Rook F6.
No, also Rook H6 is winning.
Also Rook H6.
Same idea, yeah, same idea.
So if here.
And now Rook B6.
Now Rook B6.
Okay. Oof.
Rook A1.
And this should be this should be easy enough. This should be easy enough. Wait. This should be easy. Why is this not easy? Oh my god, how... Wait, okay, so I will have some help from the engine.
Rook A1.
And now we just rook before.
Because I don't have moves?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Okay, as you can see, we know how to win this.
Oh my god, this is so difficult. Yeah, so that's this is on the board, so let's go to the left position. Oh my. Okay, something similar is on the board. Yeah, Tudor will have to prove that he knows how to draw this. Wait, actually this is lost.
Wait, now it's lost?
Yeah.
Wait, white is losing
No,
here?
wait, sorry, just a second. No, it's okay, just the evaluation bar on the left is okay. Oof. The evaluation bar on our left side is saying black is winning, but it's not so...
It was confused for a moment. You see, it's not only us, it's also the
everybody's
Stockfish. Yeah, Stockfish is also getting confused about this endgame. Yeah, this is drawn according to table base. Yes, that's right. Yeah, let's see.
So after something like rook d2, do we defend like this or do we defend like this? And this is on the board.
I think rook a1. Rook a1 is also possible, yeah?
Rook a1 is probably lost because of this, no?
Yeah, that's what I thought. Huh?
Yeah, okay. So we have to go here, the only move. This is on the board. And let's say king f4. Okay, but now we go back.
Struggle with trouble. Yeah, yes, they do.
Oof, so difficult.
And last capture on move c57. So we have just a little bit more. He has a little bit more, 27 more moves. I know that when I'm playing these endgames where I have to defend, I'm just counting how many I have left, how many moves I have left. When will the suffering be over?
Yes, when will the suffering be over indeed? So let's leave Tudor alone. Let's see what happened on board 33 so far. Are we having this endgame? Okay, we are in fact playing like this. Okay.
They didn't
agree she went back to g4 and then okay, just like this. Yeah. This will be a draw. I'm pretty sure that Amir Kul will hold this.
Did we have a draw in our position where the king was? It was board 24, right?
No, maybe. Yeah, it was. Okay.
Oh, so it's only one more move.
Okay, so
king
just
g2 and black was convinced.
Over. He was like, it's enough.
Do you think it was a repetition? Could have been with king g2 with so many.
Yeah, but honestly, I don't think if I'm white and I know that this is a draw, I don't even claim it. Yeah, till move 50. Because if you claim 3 times repetition here and you're not sure, you lose some time.
Yeah, but then you get it back with king f1, king g2, king.
That's true. That's true. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, but okay, let's go back to board number 18.
Stay with our game, yeah.
Because rook d7 is on the board. How do we defend now? We have to go. Yes. He has to stay here. And now can we? Yeah, nothing works yet. Nothing works. Like this would follow.
Allow king
by this. Yeah.
Well, maybe he will try to move again on a file from the checkmate on a rank. Now he moves me to the other edge of this, to the h5 or something. Play until white is a little bit confused.
Yes, by the way, if I play rook g8, is this enough for a draw?
It should be, yeah, because without a king there, maybe it's not easy, but bishop g4, still a draw, yeah?
I hope so. Yeah. Okay. Yes, it is. It is indeed. Okay, so this is still a draw. This is still equal.
Let me just see what results we had today. Anything that anything interesting that happened. Okay, so we saw Sarkisian, we saw that Ilmaz blundered at some point. Aditya Mittal won. Naidic. Okay.
Yeah.
And Lee won, yeah.
Yeah, so while this game is going on, we can actually sum up the results of today. Let me bring you the pairings. On board number 1, there was a draw between Pocharo and Sarana. Board number 2, Vanha making a comeback, beating Tipido in a very interesting game. Game 3, board number 3, ended in a draw between Zhu and Chaparino. Board number 4, Sugiro beating Suleimanio, so Sugiro also joining Vanha on 4 out of 6, or is it, yeah, it is 4 out of 6, or is it 4.5? Is it already 4.5? I think it's already 4.5 out of 6.
It's 4.5, yeah, you're right.
Yeah, already on 4.5 out of 6. Also, board number 5, Aryan Chopra beating Zvero in a very, very nice game. Might be one of my top games of today with this F4 idea.
Yeah, that was really nice. Opening up the queen.
It was so nice to follow that game. Maybe need to
also on 4.5, yeah.
Also on 4.5, correct. And then board 6, 7, and 8, also 9, ended in a draw. And then board number 10, Sarkisian beating Rohit. Yeah, so many interesting games. Not all of the games ending in a draw. That's always a good sign. That's always a good sign, definitely.
Yeah, a lot of fighting draws, though. For example, Amar, we were watching his endgame on board 11. I don't think we saw how it ended in a draw.
Let's see it.
Can we see how?
We have time.
Just a few more moves here.
So here, Amar finally, after 97, Amar finally decided to push, but that means that he gave this pawn up, and after this, just
go after the a pawn, right? It's king c2 or something.
Absolutely. So this is a draw. This is a very simple draw, and yeah, many games we didn't cover, but let's stick to the ones that are still going on. Let's see how Amir Kul is going to defend this. Going to rook h3. Okay. And now after king f4, this is...
I was going to ask, isn't king f4 a forced draw now? Yeah.
And I mean, black still hoping, oops, that your opponent will take and say, okay,
being too
now
fast
winning.
on exchanging, yeah.
Yeah, but after king f4, this is just a draw. So this game has already finished very much likely. And
I keep refreshing because I keep refreshing the results on chess results, but they are not updated. I'm just very curious to know if Tudor has made a draw or not.
Yes, I am also
since we have delay
on
the moves. There's a 15 minutes delay, by the way.
Have we seen this position before? I think almost like white just
maybe
now...
the rook was on a different square.
Yeah, no? Different square. Also, bishop was here before, but that doesn't matter. Yes, after rook e7. How is black making progress? I know that there is a trick here somehow. Maybe it's not here. I'm just trying to figure it out. Maybe if the bishop is on e4 and the king is on e3, then this is a very tricky position to hold with white.
Oh yes, I remember, yeah.
But now that this bishop and king is here, then this is much simpler to hold.
Yeah, chess results is not getting updated today.
We have to wait.
Only a few results are updated, really.
Okay. Very few. Badelka Olga also, we've seen her in the first round. She lost against Chaparino, I think. And yes, she's also not having a good tournament. On board 31 today, she lost against Asilo. So she also is maybe not having a good time, but let's hope that she will also make a comeback in the last 3 rounds.
Yeah, as I was saying, it's either a really good tournament or a really depressing tournament.
yeah, it can happen. It can happen. By the way, have you ever had this bishop and rook versus rook in any of your games?
No,
never.
No, I haven't. No, I was lucky somehow, I guess.
Yeah.
And you?
I know I had a rook and a bishop versus rook, and I couldn't win. I mean, there was no way. My opponent maybe I didn't know the tricks, to be honest, how to win, so that was a draw. But have I ever needed to defend it? I think luckily not. Luckily not as well. That would be very bad.
Very tough.
Very tough. But somehow it makes he makes us this look very easy. However, let's say here,
like there are no chances, no, for black ever.
Okay, but tell me after king f4, right?
I'm going to. What if I give a check? That's how I lose, right? That's the position that after king e3.
Yeah, is this
That's the position with bishop e4
I think
that you were mentioning before.
Yeah, this is how you lose. Exactly, this is how you lose. Yep. Yep. So here the only
That's the trick.
Okay, not the only move. Yeah, that is the trick. Yeah, that is the trick.
You have to wait. Rook e6, is it?
Where do you wait here? Okay, and now I will go
bishop
like this.
e4.
But now that you go here, I guess the king
maybe,
comes up. Yeah. So this is the way that you have to play. A bit. I think you will find it.
Ah, but he went rook d2.
Rook d2.
So we can still wait.
Yeah,
rook e8 or something.
Yes, absolutely. We go rook e8. Ah, the point is, okay, I like this. The point is after this, now I go like that. And if you wait, I now play like this. And then
you know what's funny? That here, even though this position is losing, so what you have here is losing, but the table bases are telling us that the loss is prevented by 50 move rule.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, so he could, even if he got into the last position, black has so many moves to make. By the way, this is on the board, that even that would end in a draw if you claim it at the right time.
Yes. So now it's becoming dangerous for black.
Okay, yeah, so this is move 87. They started on move 57, right?
57.
So it's been exactly 30 moves, so 20 more. And in 20 moves, yeah, I don't know if he's going to be able to hold, to be able to win, even if he gets into this winning position. What does white need to do here?
Maybe king e1. Get the rook out of there.
Yeah, maybe king e1, yeah. King e1, let's say rook a2.
And what if we wait now? Rook e7.
Now I go bishop e4.
And king e3 is coming, right?
Yep.
So what if I go king d1? Just try to run away.
King d1, king e3. Checkmate.
And run.
Oh no, this is lost now.
This is lost now, yeah?
I mean, if this is not lost, let's see just a second. Yeah, this is now lost. Yes. Because I think you hear rook b2, you have to go here. And this is the moment, yeah, where we have to go around or something like this, yeah?
No.
Wait, which is the moment? Wait.
Before. Here. Rook c5 already.
Here. Okay, yeah. Rook c5.
And rook e8.
Yeah.
And we do the thing. And if king c1. Now we do it here, yes? We want the king on c1 to play rook b5 and checkmate.
Yeah, beautiful. Correct. Okay, so good that I learned that again.
We have 20 more moves to practice it.
Yeah, we do. So the live position is currently after rook b8. So Tudor not allowing this. He's gonna go from here, I think.
Oh, yes. Yeah.
So after this, I think he's gonna go like that, right? So bishop b8, bishop d5. Bishop d5.
D5.
Stopping.
Okay.
Stopping this. Okay, I like this because now this is a threat.
And if check bishop e4, and he wants to go into that position.
Absolutely.
But he could give a check from c3, right? So rook c8 maybe?
Okay, yeah, rook c8. And okay. And after
bishop
this
e4.
So yeah.
I don't know, check I wanted.
Here, I wanna go here, and then I wanna play this, yeah.
But is it the same? I don't know. Let me go to g3. It feels safer to have the rook on this side.
Ah, okay. And after that, did I need to do it? Okay, let's say that I
wanted to wait, but I think waiting is lost, yeah? If I go here, king e3, correct?
Yeah, yeah.
And if I give a check, bishop f3, and whoops. It's a whoops, yeah?
It's a whoops. It's a whoopsie. Yeah.
Yeah, because then there's a checkmate maybe on h1.
That's why Tudor decided to go king d1. He says, okay, I'm running away from you. I don't care if you put your king here. I'm just running away.
Oh, so they made a draw. We are being told that we have results updated.
Okay, so he did manage to hold after king e3, king c1, king d3. Yeah, I guess it's important that this king does not stay here. You either have to be on one side or on the other. That's an easy way to make a draw. I assume here the move is that.
Yes, I was going to ask you, which move do you think makes a draw? It's rook d8.
Yeah, it should be rook d8. Was it the only move?
Yeah.
No. What?
Well, other moves make a draw because loss is prevented by the 50 move rule, but apparently this would lose.
Why? But this is what was played.
Oh.
Rook e8 was played, so this loses after bishop c4.
Apparently, yeah. I think so, yeah. Let's say we wait, right? Yes, rook 8. So let's say rook e5, it says is lost prevented by, but how is the win?
Yeah,
so
where's
rook
the win?
a2.
Where's the win? Is my
king b1, rook d2.
Okay.
You will give king c1, rook king c3. Okay. There's a check.
And bishop d3.
And you wait.
And now
rook a2.
Rook a2, threatening this, but a check.
Bishop c4.
And this.
And rook f2.
And rook f2. And this.
And now wait.
And this.
I don't get it. Rook a2.
And this.
So it's a draw. Why does it say win prevented by a 50 move rule? Bishop a6. I don't think this guy knows what he's talking about.
Doesn't know. No, this is very hard to win. Even
bishop a6. Okay.
Just doesn't know it. Just doesn't know it. Wait, why is this?
What? Okay. I don't know. Isn't this just holding, defending? Rook c6, yes. So bishop c4. How are you making progress? Rook b6. It's just the same over and over again, yeah?
I'm confused.
So maybe it's still a draw. So why doesn't it just say a draw? That's what's confusing.
No, I don't think this is the draw. I think this is, sorry, after bishop c4, rook e7 was played. Let's see. So rook a2 is on the board. And so, oh my God.
So king b1, it says the only move here.
For a draw?
Mm-hmm.
Huh.
Because rook c7 is losing, apparently.
So okay, so rook c7 is losing. Let's see how this is losing. I assume king c3, king b1.
Rook e2.
Rook e2.
Okay, now this is lost, yes?
Okay, this is
first checkmate.
Okay.
But what if we played rook b7?
Yes, rook b7. Okay, let's figure this out.
Because this is what we had before.
Yeah.
So here is not prevented by the 50 move rule. It must know what it's talking about. So the same thing. I wait. You go here. I go here.
Yeah, and
it's
now
this bishop a6 move.
Okay. Okay, so after this, yeah, this is okay.
Bishop d3. How is this different? Rook c2.
You know what the difference is? Yes, that this rook should not be on this file.
Mm-hmm. I need more squares or what?
Yeah. For example, where do you go? To b1?
b1.
Mm-hmm.
And then rook e2. Or f2 or g2. Anywhere.
Yeah, and now
boy.
if you go here,
I remember this idea, rook e5.
Rook e5.
I remember this. And you need to have rook a6. No, you don't need to have rook a6 here. So rook b7. Check. Here. There you go. Rook a1. And it's checkmate. Move 106. So it's just on the 50 move, yes? This would be the 50th, I think.
Oh my.
It was 57, right?
Oh my.
We were...
Yes. Okay, so even here, yeah, so there was move 57 and this is move 97, yeah. So this is, yeah.
So last capture was move 57 and that would lose on move 107. The capture would be again on 107.
Yeah, this is very difficult to draw and it's very difficult to win both ways. So yeah, wow. Okay, so we have reached... Okay, they're still playing. Okay, actually, let's. Do you mind if we?
Oh, this is what?
No, this has not been played. I think there was a check played.
No, rook e2 is actually yeah, it's possible. Huh? It's the only move again.
No,
it's so nice. Yeah, we have some stalemate ideas.
That's gorgeous. Actually, I was like, no, this is a mouse slip. You know, this is not what's happening. But actually, this has.
And then
happened.
rook c2. Yeah, you have this.
Okay, like this. And now
Tudor
you go
knows
back.
his endgames.
Yeah.
He knows his endgames very well.
Oh no, actually don't go here. Maybe here. Yeah, he knows his endgames, yeah. And now this is after rook b2, even simpler way of playing chess. And then king d2.
Why don't we trade rooks, no?
Yeah, absolutely. And then king d2. Wow, okay.
And then you say, woof, only 7 moves.
So wait, so where did black go wrong? So after this?
Yeah.
Rook e7, and here...
Rook a2, rook h1. What did he play? Rook a2 was good.
King b1 he played.
Yes.
And here he went rook a8. Was that a mistake?
Also winning.
Also winning, and after king b2.
There's rook b8, yeah.
This.
King c1.
King c3.
That's the mistake.
King c3 is a mistake. Okay.
That's a mistake.
We should have...
in theory, this is not winning because he would need more than 50 moves.
Yeah, but in case this happens already, I wonder what is the winning move. Is it rook h8 or... What is
Bishop a2, rook a8, rook f8, rook g8, and rook h8. You have a choice.
Rook h8. Okay, let's go rook h8. And after king b1.
King b1. King c3. And now it's even under 50 moves.
Okay. Whew, very difficult. Very difficult. Okay, so this is now a draw. Okay, and here I can even probably play king d2, right? Yeah. Okay. Move 107 more moves, and we learned that he made the 7 moves. The game has indeed ended in a draw. We have 15-minute delay, so there's no any cheating possible for the players, at least through us, even though I don't think we would help them much.
No, we're not using engines, and probably they can find better moves than us.
Yeah, especially because they're focused on one game, so they know their ideas. We're focused on like 10 different games at the same time, so of course we make slightly more mistakes than we would in our own games.
Yeah, the arbiters can step in after 75 moves. They are allowed to, but if it's 50 moves, players have to claim it.
Yeah.
Same with repetition. Yeah, after 5 times repetition, arbiters can say, hey, okay, stop. It's a draw. I got it.
Yes, okay. So I think that we summed up the results. I don't think we need to wait for 7 more moves because I think white is now out of trouble.
Danger. Yeah.
I think rook c7 here is could be a draw. Could be, yeah.
I think so, right? What's wrong with it?
I was thinking maybe bishop b3 could be slightly annoying, but even here, I think I can go here, right? Or not, yeah. Maybe still some trouble. Maybe here I can go back. And I survive like this. Anyway, yes, he made, I'm pretty sure, king c2, maybe even a better way to hold. Yeah, and I think that was enough for today.
Yeah. I was checking briefly Tudor's performance.
Yeah.
See if he can get a GM norm. He might need win against a very strong player because he's on 24.59 performance right now.
Yeah, it's going to be very tough, but even if you win some rating points in this tournament, you know, it's a good start. It's a good start of because he just recently became an IM and he has time.
He does.
He has a lot of time.
He's gonna play more after this.
Absolutely, yes. So this endgame has finished in a draw, and we had some very, very interesting games today, but tomorrow, round 7, I will not be joining you, Raluca. There's going to be... oh, come on, you could have acted that better. No, actually, I'm very enjoying the commentary with you, so I hope you are too, you know.
Yeah, of course, I'm enjoying it very much. I was just thinking I'm gonna lose 2 commentators, not just one.
Yeah, no, but tomorrow Grandmaster Svan Erasmus will be joining you, and I think it's going to be very, very interesting commentary.
Tomorrow you will get more insights about the opening. Yeah, that's for sure.
Exactly, a lot more definitely than us. He's the expert on many different openings, and I will maybe be following the stream myself, you know? Just saying. So
you're putting pressure now.
No, definitely not. But definitely tomorrow is going to be a very exciting day. So you guys should join Sane and Raluca tomorrow, and
we will be here at the same time. Exactly. And for the rest of the rounds, Laura will be here with me. Yes, she will suffer with me through the last round as well.
Yeah, you mean have fun with you. But mostly, like you said, yes, suffer because we will need a lot of coffee for last round, as we will have to wake up around 6 to get ready for the stream.
So everyone has to be here with us.
Everybody should suffer with us. Absolutely. Yes. So yes, guys, we have a deal. See you tomorrow, same time, same place, and enjoy your day.
Thank you very much for joining us. Bye.
Bye-bye.